Good morning and greetings to everyone here today with us and those who are behind screens who are watching us online. We have a 2-day marathon ahead of us and security, civic security topics are in our focus. First, I would like to say thank you from the Academy of Security Sciences to all the cooperation partners from the Rescue Board and the State Chancellery who have worked along with us for us to have 2 very interesting days. My name is Urmas and I'm very glad to be here with you today to moderate the questions that hopefully you will have during today to our performance and to give you a different view or a background to different topics. The main reason, obviously, is the topic itself. That we are actually living during an era that today's weather describes pretty well. It does seem that the biggest storm of the autumn is done. You will have a cold and clear and slightly slippery storm. And this has been over the last years, and this has been the focus and also our own preparedness to handle crisis. And another reason, Estonia, for 30 years in Estonia, they have been educating on rescue and civil security for 30 years, and it's a very remarkable number because the story of this school has been a perfect description of life in Estonia. These different turns that have the school has had in its past is a good foundation to how the state of Estonia after its re-independence in the beginning of the 90s is in more complicated, better, difficult situations. But the question is, who has been linked to providing this education for the last 30 years? Are there people here today who are present? Please raise your hand. No? Well, 30 years is a long time. 25 years. And yes, we have a few hands. Please stand up. 25 years and more. So we would have a reason to give someone an applause this morning. And so these ideas are just for the background. So the following days here we have a local approach, international overview. Very happy to have all our visitors here today. And I will also mention in my introduction that you can get the interpretation devices behind the door. The interpreters are already working. Channel 1 provides interpretation in Estonian, Channel 2 in English. And in our morning sessions, we have a couple of English speeches. Then I already have the device myself, so I would be fully aware of what is happening in Estonian. But now we will move on to today. And I would like to have the Minister of the Interior, Lauri Läänemets. Hello, everyone here. It's quite an opening. It makes me feel quite good, but I'm glad that we have so many people interested in this. We have so many experts here today. When we talk about civil security and what has the war in the Ukraine brought along with it, then one of the things is that our knowledge about our neighbor Russia and the potential danger has been correct. And obviously it hasn't disappeared anywhere, but it just is increasing. But on the other side, it means that Estonia is stronger and even more strong, and this both on state security sense, but also in the civil security stage. So for decades, what the Rescue Board and the Ministry of Interior, the Academy of Security Science has been talking about civil security, then now we're finally at the point where we are actually putting these plans into action. So thank you to everyone who have been contributing for decades and have been building this up. And the war in the Ukraine obviously has brought along that Finland and Sweden have decidedly moved towards NATO, and the Baltic has become a NATO sea. So on the other side, regardless of the big danger next door, we are definitely stronger. When last year I visited Kiev, and we were talking about civil security and protection with their Minister of the Interior, then they actually highlighted very well what the Estonian defense officers knows, that not a single battle can be held, and you can't be successful in a single battle when you haven't been fully prepared. And this basically means this can be translated over to state security. If people are protected and all systems are functioning, then you can be successful. And this was a very clear message from the Ukrainians as well, that the first knowledge that they received and the first hits they took, then in addition to the state, a lot of people were thinking what will happen to their family members, and part of this reaction speed actually was invested where it shouldn't have been invested into. So therefore civil protection in every moment, from the first second in military crisis and in other crises, is as important as military protection. And I'm very glad that last year the government and the parliament decided that civil protection from the point of from the base of the basic document of Estonian state security has also has been added, that we need to fund this, and the government's decision for the following years is 80 million that will be added to different domains, and about half of it is under the Minister of the Interior, which is very directly involved in civil protection and people's safety. And what is also significant is that over the next 3 years, we will finally fulfill that Estonian police and rescue board would have the best conditions for training, the best conditions and opportunities to get additional training. So this also has to do with the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences and the Väike-Maarja Training Center. And I believe this is another significant contribution, because this is another approximately 80 million additional euros into civil protection. So civil protection in that sense is an integral part of everyday safety, and sometimes you can't even draw the line between them. But what is most important is that in addition to concrete housing, buildings, equipment, in civil protection we have people who are doing this, and without people we can't protect any state or any people. And therefore I'm very happy that here today we have representatives of the state, of the local governments, because in the end it's cooperation that ties together our state and the community. And I'm very glad that here in this conference we have performance from the Ukraine, Germany, Finland, and we have a lot to learn from these countries. So from my side, enjoy the conference, grasp as much of information as you are able to, dispute, argue, and the more you will share what is being covered here today, then the better for all of us. Thank you. Thank you for our minister for this introduction, because we need to, the last thing he mentioned, if you share information, then that is basically the foundation of studying. But before we will carry on with our very interesting program today, then I would like to set a pre-tone to this. And this is from the organizer of the event, so I'm very glad to have an alumni represent us here, but also someone who has been in charge of the rescue board and now is the rector of the academy, Kuno Tamero. So the question for you, where does everyone's protection begin? What can we all do to ensure safety?
No nii.
Good morning from me. Yes, indeed. As Urmas said, I am an alumni of this school. And that's one other reason I am here to talk about civil protection, because I've been in this field for 30 years, 10 years been in a director's role. And regarding civil protection, we have actually managed to achieve a fair bit. And now, indeed, I am a rector of the Academy of Security Science. We also have people who are not aware that the Academy is quite a unique institution in Europe, because in addition to civil and rescue protection, we train police and border guards, tax officers, EMTs, we have vocational studies, we have bachelor studies, we have master studies, and we also do research activities. We have an Institute of Internal Security. So it's quite an interesting place, but it's definitely justified itself in a corporational sense. And if I talk about security, I also talk a lot about cooperation. But before that, I would like to thank all the participants who are here to talk. And I'm honored to be here myself today, but a special thank you goes to Mr. Hans Das, who is the pillar of the European Union civil protection movement. They probably won't admit it, but they know more about the mechanism than anyone else, and you can ask him all the relevant questions. They know all the details and the larger picture. So I have managed to work alongside him for a long time, so definitely ask lots of so where are we today? So we would understand here in Estonia, just to give that overview to our external partners. So next to Russia, we're still next to Russia in the same way as we have been for years, and they're an aggressor state who is hostile towards its neighbors and has imperialistic wishes. And the fact that there's war in Ukraine needs no further explanation, but on Sunday it was discovered that the Baltic connector, the connecting cables have been disrupted, and these are man-made injuries. So how were they broken? Only time will tell, but this will create a further background explanation to where we are. We are a border state, we are on the front line, and this gives us a complicated background. So we are not always understood, but our main mission is to talk about our situation and to explain ourselves to our allies, but also at the same time to support our allies to understand their worries. So if in Greece a lot of forests are burning down and people are dying, then we need to support them as well, because this gives us a prerequisite and gives us an opportunity so that they will then help us when we will be in trouble. But it's not just the security situation, but climate is also in the background. A couple of days ago, we had very serious storms and further storms ahead. But where does security and safety begin? It starts with every person. It starts with the community, local governments, the state. institutions, ministries, and also international cooperation. And this safety is created when everyone fulfills their part and a little bit more, where they also cooperate and where they ensure that there's prevention in place, there's preparedness, reaction, and the restoration phase, and everything that we've experienced that we would learn from that. So everyone can do their part and a little bit more. And of course we need equipment and functioning systems, so we would all match together, so we would have this cooperation, so we would recognize when crisis hits what the risks are and how to react to those. But all will in the end be based on knowledge, skills and stances. Estonian preparation, as the minister mentioned before, has improved a lot over the last 4 or 5 years, and civil protection has taken further steps in their development, and the CREDEX training also showed that, where they actually role-played massive evacuation, and I happened to be a bystander there, and I said it was amazing. There's places to learn from, but we have actually progressed a lot, and in cooperation and in the capacity of institutions. But we also have worries, and one of the worries that the survey showed that the civil people's own preparedness for any crisis has even maybe dropped. We have done a lot of prevention work, but actually the situation is not very good. COVID has progressed in preparedness for crisis. Local governments, have progressed, and legislations haven't been changed or amended for different reasons. We have political reasons here, elections, but the time requires that the current time requires that we would be ready, and the means for civil protection are not sufficient. We've had some investments, but at the moment we're trying to keep this system going, but in order to develop, we don't have enough power to do that. Also, the economic state of the country is here in the background. We can't afford everything. We're a small country, and there are several reasons behind it. I don't want to point any fingers, but I'm just stating where we are. We're definitely in a better position than we've ever been. But what I see from the training side, being in charge of an educational institution, is that the Academy of Security Science does not provide enough crisis training to all domains. There's not a strong additional training system in the country. Not enough trainings are being ordered by the state, but the academy itself hasn't been reactive enough to be prepared to provide all of this. And what has happened is that state security studies are mandatory, and internal security studies are already integrated to secondary schools, but we don't have a competence center in the academy that would focus on crisis and civil protection, and this is something we need to do. But as I said before, we don't have enough means, and we can't have many more of them because we are a small country, and if we don't have enough means, then first and foremost we should contribute in training of people, their knowledge and research. And this gives us the best basis for things to be done, because only then things will happen if people know what they're doing. Campaigns are not enough. They will not carry on this knowledge to people, local governments and institutions. Yes, we are training, but we need to do more, that all employees of local governments would know how to prepare for crisis, how to assess risks, how to act. And same on the state level. We have people here who are ready for crisis and who are able to plan for civil protection. There's not many people like that, so we need to contribute to this, to develop also degree studies, and that we would have a very clear competence center that would focus on the most important trainings regarding civil protection, then this is our common challenge. The success of Estonia as a country has been the knowledge and the wisdom of our people, so we need to contribute to that. And obviously to research activities. We see that people's awareness is going down, but we can respond with science and research. We should have one doctorate of civil protection in our academy, but we haven't been able to find these people because there are no people like that in Estonia. We need to have a doctoral program that would be focused on crisis, civil protection and preparedness in our field, just to use their scientific potential. This is the only opportunity. Yes, this will take 4 years, but if we don't start today, then we won't have this scientific activity.
Ministeeriumid, ametid, kuigi loomulikult kõik.
For this reason, I would like to invite everyone to contribute towards these goals, the ministries, but also those who want to dedicate their lives to science. It is also important to work at the international basis and not believe that we are here alone. It's important to cooperate in research, in education, and we are already taking the first steps. There is international master's degree possibility and other options. It all starts from education. To conclude, I would say, like a great man has said before, that we cannot be big as a nation, but we can be big in our capacities. This academy was founded when we barely had anything, but there was a will to create an educational institution. We must keep going, even if our resources are scarce. We need to train our people, and we need to ask difficult questions. We must cooperate with researchers and with other good partners, as well as with scientific partners from other countries in order to resolve this situation. We are one Europe, and we have one civilian protection system in Europe, and this is what should guide our way of thinking. So let us contribute towards education and research and good alliances. And the question that was first asked was, where does civil protection begin? I would say it starts at school. It starts from research, and in Estonia, it must very often start from the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. Thank you.
Aitäh, Kuno.
Thank you, Kuno. I would like to take this opportunity to ask about something you said about further training. Regarding PhD studies, the roadmap is quite clear, but when you talk about civil protection, then a lot of this should happen in quite small local governments. Their councils change every 4 years. There are new leaders, new people in charge, and there are also local interests. Quite often the active people might be there, but they simply cannot acquire further education. So how do you see the micro degrees should work, for instance? We already have 5 micro degrees which are related to crisis preparation, and we want to add something even further to this. The way to do it is if we have our top practitioners teaching at the academy, not only as external lecturers, but also doing research here. But micro degrees are not sufficient. We need a holistic further education system. For instance, if you become a minister, you must go through a training regarding internal security. But apart from political leaders, there are also officials. We need to train these officials at the local level, and we need to teach them. This is the training system that can be created on the basis of our academy. People, I repeat, must know what this field is about. They must know how to be prepared and how to act in case of crisis. It is difficult and it requires a very systematic and long-term approach. There's a question posted on Worksup. Let me ask you as a rector, do we have anything in the legislative space that needs to be adapted? Our legislation definitely needs to be adapted. The government office has been working hard on this. The current parliament is not able to take decisions very well at the moment, but it is crucial to make decisions and make changes, because we must be prepared for today's situation, but also for future security situation. This way, each part of the state can understand much better what their tasks are. And I must remind you that the science is not something that does it itself. People need to be trained, and only if people are trained can they carry out legislative norms the way they should be. But I'm sure that our next speaker, Taimar, will be able to tell you much more about this from the government's perspective. Thank you and have a nice day.
Ja järgmisena.
Indeed. We will now continue with the first panel discussion in order to take a look at today's topics in more detail. I would like to ask the panelists to join me on the stage. Taimar Peterkop, the Secretary of State from the Government Office. The Government Office is responsible for national security as well as civil protection. Next, Mati Raidma, member of the Parliament and former head of the Rescue Board. Next, Marko Klaus, General Director of the Rescue Board. Previously, he has led local emergency centers and the southern regions centers. And finally, Egert Belichev, General Director of the Police and Border Guard Board, who has for a long time been responsible for the border guard sector for many years. This panel raises the question, the era of crisis, the beginning or the end? And the panel will be chaired by Erkki Koort, who is the head of the Department of Internal Security at the Academy of Security Sciences.
Tere hommikust kõigile.
Good morning to everyone who has joined us here and online, and good morning to our panelists. It is an honor for me to chair this panel because we have a number of Estonian crisis manager top actors. There is no doubt about that. The issue is, of course, that the panel is much too short. and we would love to have even more top actors here with us. To begin with, I would like to give everyone 3 to 4 minutes to give an introduction to today's topic. But before I give you the floor, I'd like to point out that 2 of our panelists are alumni of our school, and why this matters is because, as the rector said, security starts from school by and large. My experience has showed that when there was a training called GREVEX in 2011 in Tartu, European Union's assessors were impressed at how fluent our cooperation was, how well people knew each other from different organizations. And this is largely thanks to the fact that the people who are in charge of security have studied at our institute. In 1992, when the decision was made to found the academy, it was a decision that was decades ahead of its time. And our academy of military academies leaders are also alumni of our school. But if you have not yet studied at our school, then I will invite the remaining panelists to join our master's or PhD programs. But now let's continue with the panel. Taimar, would you start, please? First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Sitting on this chair, I actually changed my mind about what I would like to tell you. I want to tell you a story about how this time last year we had a public sector top managers conference. A few of you were present there as well. And we had a guest speaker from Israel. His name was Aaron. He was a crisis preparedness specialist. We focused on crisis preparedness at this conference, and he talked about the entire society's preparedness. He lives next to the Gaza border in Israel, and he talked about individuals, the community, the state, what each party needs to do in order to be prepared for a crisis, living near Gaza. And this morning I found out that he is still alive, and he's alive because of what he was talking about. 15 people in his village were killed, but he practices what he was telling us. And this is a wonderful example. The terror attack in Israel shows us how we must all be prepared for crisis. We all have our roles. This story told by one man exemplified it to me, what the world has become. Yes, we are not threatened by such scenarios as those that threaten people in the Gaza sector. But there are situations where connections have been broken, where the society is under attack, and therefore we must be prepared as individuals, as a state, in order to carry on functioning. So this is a success story that I wanted to share with you from Israel. Thank you, Mati. Thank you and good morning. First, I would like to congratulate the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. It is a historic date, and Kuno has already talked about the importance of the Academy and its collaboration. It is a building where one of the cornerstones of civil protection is laid. First, I'd like to talk about what the panel is called the era of crisis. Indeed, the situation has changed in Estonia, and this change has laid a foundation to the fact that the state understands the importance of civil protection. There have always been wars and natural disasters in the world, but they've been far away from us on other continents. For us, they have been a mere piece in the news. Climate change, that does not mean warming in our context, but it means that there are more severe weather situations. There is also the issue of security. We live next to an aggressor, and this is a long-term situation. We can change our friends, but we can never change our neighbors. It's something that we will have to deal with eternally. Indeed, this has brought the societal crisis close to us, but fortunately we have prepared for it, and today will also give us the opportunity to deal with this. And a few more theoretical concepts. Civil protection and broad scale national security, are they the same thing? Is civil protection part of national security? Well, in fact, civil protection is a broader term. In broad scale national security, civil protection plays a very important role. So neither is part of the other, but there is an important overlap. And secondly, it is important. It is easy to think that it is easy to lead the society in a triangular form where there is a leader and everyone else is below them. But in terms of civil protection, it's more like a trapeze shape where we have a plateau at the top, and it shows that cooperation is the only way. In the crisis context, we are talking a lot about preparedness at the moment, but what's lacking is that when an actual crisis occurs, crisis management begins. But in these situations, unexpected issues may arise at any point. The Estonian Academy of Security Sciences has a very important role to play here. Thank you. Margo, please. Good morning. As an alumnus of this school, I'm very happy to be back here. The era of crisis, the beginning or the end, you asked. I believe that we are somewhere in the middle. I do hope that the end is not here yet. But Mati already mentioned a few of the most important things that I would also have highlighted in regards security and climate change. These two topics immediately remind me of the literary figure of Master and Margarita by Bulgakov. There is a moment when Anushka has already bought sunflower oil and already dropped it. This is an example of direction, that there are already some things that have happened, we can't do anything about these, and we must deal with what happens next. In the book, they don't do anything about this situation, but we are still at the point in the world where there are enough people that can change something, that can make systems work the other way around. If we look at the crises that we are faced with in Estonia, which are affecting us more and more, we can change, if not what's already happening, but we can change consequences. We have learned from Israel in the past, and we will continue to do so. When it comes to civil protection, we are also learning a lot from other countries, especially Ukraine today. And we understand that we have not been thinking in the wrong way. Instead, we have been leaving some things undone. And the discussions we've had in the past 10 years, ever since the war between Russia and Georgia, and when Russia attacked Ukraine for the first time, then we started talking about civil protection, but for the first 8 years we talked about what is civil protection. And I heard people focusing on this question alone. After the Second World War, the Geneva Convention was adopted, and at that point we joined it, but we didn't think what the name of the convention should be. Now, if a war starts, we must simply do what is needed. It does not matter what the exact term is. The question is whether we are able to protect our people or not, and if we are not, then we have failed as a state. I know that today we are better prepared than we were 2 years ago, and in 2 years we'll be better prepared than we are today. Will it be easy? Probably not, but more about this later.
Thank you, Margo. Egert, please. Good morning. It's a very intriguing topic this panel has. Do we live in an era of crisis? I think it's a really good question, but in order to answer this question, perhaps I would tell you a story from 2018, where during a recruitment interview, the manager of the institution where I'm currently employed had asked me whether I've had to solve any crisis in my life. And I thought about it for 10 seconds and I said, yes, indeed, I have. Perhaps the crises are on a different scale, but we have crises in our lives on a daily basis. For example, we left the keys behind, we can't get into our car, and we had to think how to get this key, and this is also a crisis. So the question depends on whether we live in an era of crisis. It depends how we approach it, how we define crisis. And my answer would be, yes, we live in an era of crisis today, tomorrow. We lived in an era of crisis 10 years ago, 100 years ago. Everything depends on how intense the crises are and how they are characterized. So we have crises in our lives on a daily basis. Each one of us has crises. The state has smaller and larger crises that need to be solved. But today, the era we live in, we also have big security crises that we need to deal with. In Europe, in the whole world, that unfortunately affect Estonia as well. And the key word, how to handle crisis, depends on how we define them. And the main question, how I handle a crisis. So if you ask as a natural person, you think what this day will bring, you will think how I will handle what this day may bring and all the unexpected things that this day can bring. If we talk about organizations, institutions, to think how will I handle a crisis as an institution, these unexpected things that may happen. And the same goes to the state, to ask themselves every morning, how will I handle a crisis? How will I handle these unexpected issues that may arise? And if you think about this on a daily basis, if you think through these activities to do, then handling crisis will be much easier. They will always be unaccepted because these are always unexpected, but if you thinking through them is the process that makes reacting to them much easier. And if you actually approach it as crises are inevitable, and it's important how we manage them, how we handle them, and how we react at this unexpected moment, how we mobilize ourselves and how we contribute all our resources into solving this, then this is already half the victory. Thank you very much for the first round of answers. I'm very glad that we heard personal experiences, examples from real life, but also literature. So I'm very happy about that myself. But if we move to those large-scale crises, yes, I agree that we also have many crises in our daily lives without actually calling them crises. These have been transformed in time. Perhaps 100 years ago you didn't leave a car key behind and the horse was able to go home themselves, so they solved this crisis. Also when some men were too drunk to get home. But if we come back to today's society, COVID, economic crisis, ID card crisis that affected us here in Estonia, that perhaps wouldn't be as significant in another country because they're not that dependent on ID cards. Currently, the war in Ukraine, everything is happening in Israel, and also the Baltic connector issue. Are we seeing more crises? Are there more crises? Is it journalism that highlights it? Is it social media that the information about crisis reaches us quicker in a more immediate way and on a larger scale through these personal sufferings? I think there's a bit of both. Our dependency on technology has increased, so all the errors in technology is a crisis. I think the ID card is just an example, and just an example of the beginning. If these cables are interrupted and we see how it's to live without connection or electricity, we'll see how this will affect our society. But this, of course, the Russia that we have next to us, they haven't been this aggressive, and all these cables and pipelines don't break themselves. But I'd like to emphasize that we are not blaming anyone until the investigation has been completed. But on one side, the world is a more complicated place, and there are more crises that affect our everyday functioning on a state level, on a society level. But I also agree with Gert that we've always had these crises, and we have more of these interdependencies. So, for example, if the car key is at home, then this also means that your wife is in crisis, your child is in crisis. So it means that if a crisis breaks out, then it's no longer an isolated incident, but it will affect that other stakeholders in their country and also globally. Maiti, you come from Africa. Not from the time when we all came from Africa, but actually you recently just returned from Africa. We also see crisis differently in the world. From your point of view, how is the situation in Africa? How do they see crisis there? Are they considered equally significant, and how are they solved? Yes, I've been honored to be the UN Crisis Assessment Coordination Team member for the last 23 years. And indeed, last year I was in Zambia, where there was a mission in order to assess crisis capabilities. And indeed, as I said, these crises have been in the world, have existed all the time. And if we come back to Estonia, then this understanding risks has changed here. It's more realistic now. So that's one side. And this is through security and everything that's happening in the world. And the other side is the understanding that security risks are not only military activities, it's also vital services being interrupted, ecocides, there's more to it. But in Africa, yes, crises are acknowledged. And an interesting part and part of a lifelong training is that we need to go and see how others have designed their networks. So perhaps a couple of ideas that I had, the whole concept and legislation must be worked through and developed by yourselves, including external experts, does not provide such a sustainable development so that everything would be on paper. Secondly, on a positive side, the crisis committee system, they had many more levels than here in Estonia. They also had a community crisis committee that where both population businessmen were represented. It was electable, and also it was functioning on a community level. So there are lots of ideas and thoughts in the world. And according to the opportunities, all societies will adapt to risks and will then solve them based on their capabilities. So that's the case in Africa, but they've been there for thousands of years and will carry on for the next thousands of years, and life there is also possible. Thank you. About 10 years ago, we had a survey that focused on what people are doing in case of an accident or a crisis, like a fire or something like that. And the answers were that in the cities, Estonians living in the cities phoned the rescue number 112 and waited for help. The Russians phoned 112 and then phoned relatives. And Estonians in the countryside phoned 112 and then grabbed a bucket of water. And as we heard from previous speeches, the crisis and civil protection context, the preparedness according to service has gone down a bit. So, Margo, how to promote this civil protection more if all surveys show that it's going down and people are actually helpless and are expecting others to help in the society? I think that they're not actually really going down. So the things that we want to change quicker, so behavioral changes, so that people are actually have done something in their own homes. So this part is stagnant. People have not realized that I should actually do something. But what has improved is that people, based on what's happening in the Ukraine and hearing and seeing what's happening, they are thinking about these things more. And at least the media has published enough so that people are actually thinking of crisis, how to change it. If I say from a behavioral point of view, this does work in stages, and we can say that it's unfortunately will take time. It will take more time than we'd like to. And if we'd like really fast changes, then we need cut through further cables so that everyone would understand that this is the moment, because people will only change their behavior if the need for that is urgent. So I believe that unfortunately the changes just don't happen as quickly as we wanted. We could have a new law, we would add new things to the law, and we start checking new things. So this way you can implement changes quicker, but otherwise life will just run its course. But how to take this knowledge to the political figureheads or the states or this collective awareness? So if we take these gas pipelines, the same cable, in the Ministry of Interior, I was told off when I asked about how we protect our infrastructure. And apparently I was causing panic, and that will never happen. So how to take this to civil protection level so that we would think about these things? We would think about the unthinkable, or we would think about the impossible. But this is actually the part where every one of us should think, how will I cope with these things? And it's a change in concept from a survival point of view and capabilities point of view. So I know we put a lot of emphasis on if a service is down, then how will we restore this service very quickly? And it's a very important part, but at the same time we should also think, what will I do if this service will not be restored? We're working hard to have electricity back, but what will I do when electricity will not be back? So this is the most important part about the whole thing. If you have the security that you will manage also if the things you're used to are not restored, then it's significantly easier to focus on everything else, to restoration of it, because you won't have any unexpected blows from left and right. And my recommendation to everyone is that if I should give a young crisis manager or someone some recommendations on how to start with all of this, then a simple recommendation is that start from smaller things, think through the smaller items, but take all the bright people around you, have a little brainstorm regarding what is the worst thing that can happen to you. The same story, perhaps, let the same bright people around you figure out, if you talk about organizations or the state, what are the things where you can be, where you're most vulnerable. And if you think about these things that they cannot be eliminated, for example, these impacts, then the first thing is, how will I cope if I'm without these services, if I don't have these capabilities anymore, if I don't handle this anymore and I don't have the support anymore, then how will I continue functioning? And this is a basic principle that should be rooted in every household. So how will you cope if you don't have the services that you're used to having on a daily basis? For example, some simpler examples. A lot of people in our society say that everything is well because I can do everything on my phone. But if there's no electricity, then at some point the phone will run out of charge. But the same experiences in the management, crisis management way, you know, you can do everything on your phone, and then when the crisis hits, you realize that actually the mobile antenna, the power station also ran out of power, and there's no connection, and you need to do without the phone that was always supposed to be a part of your crisis plan. So in order to change this way of thinking, then in essence you should plan your life around everything without everything you're used to. And yes, we will have directions for that as well. As I saw on Facebook, then the chancellor responsible was without electricity and connection, and he had personal experiences. But Margo first, because you started your question with how to influence politicians and other. I have 2 crisis communication recommendation. Taimar may argue here, or he must argue, but crisis communication to crisis manager, 2 forbidden sentences where you shouldn't listen to politicians. Don't take all the recommendations and advice. Don't finish with a sentence, but it doesn't affect us. This crisis is not a danger to us at the moment. If you talk about something that's happening in other countries. And second sentence, no reason for panic. These kind of annul everything before that. If we say this is the real danger, these are the guidelines, and then we say, but don't worry, no reason for panic. So that means don't go to the shop, don't have supplies. But in crisis management, especially if you comment on the level of danger or anything that's happening in the neighboring countries, we have to always add it up because it's politically correct, because otherwise people will ask more. Avoid this. Say, yes, we will add this sentence, but don't add them. Maiti, did you have a comment? Yes, because you were starting to talk about politicians, and I have experience with that myself. Then I believe that on a political level, this problem has been understood. The question is about priorities. However, on a practical level, if we consider the parliament and different fields for education, for cultural and state security and civil protection, is actually left or dropped on this kind of parliament level. There's no one to carry it on a parliament level, which actually led me to a practical thought that it's time to have a civil protection support group in the parliament. That was already started, and I hope that this will help on a political levels to develop this field. Thank you, Taimar.
Siis paanikaks on.
So, is there reason to panic or not? There's never reason to panic. You just need to start solving a situation from some corner, and it will be fine. A few comments to answer Margo. The question is not about politicians. We've actually had internal discussions about this when regarding Ukraine, how powerful the message should be. And communications people said that the messages should be powerful, but there have been complaints about the minister being too direct in explanations. But when we held back and the president was too forward with recommendations, it's difficult to keep this balance without causing panic and at the same time motivating people to do something, to take reasonable action, to be prepared for possible crisis. But when politicians were mentioned, well, we have current and former politicians and more politicians perhaps online. To share my experience, I would say that it's very important to engage politicians because they largely lead the solving of a crisis and they decide the allocation of resources. For me, the first time that all my applications for funding were met was during the ID card crisis, and this I believe, shows that the world of politicians looks at political theories which are forward-thinking a couple of years looking ahead. Regarding state level, there is less forward-thinking. So it has to be an acute thing to deal with. If there is a crisis, then the topic is acute, but if there isn't a crisis, any preparations must happen through trainings. But it's important to have plans drawn up somewhere in the drawer. For instance, if a crisis begins, such as a health crisis, and politicians know that they don't want people to die because there is no more access to hospitals and people are dying of COVID, it's important to have the plans there ready to go if ever necessary. So in order to get funding, we need a good crisis. Is that your recommendation? Is that something to pick up? You must use a good crisis. I also wanted to offer the consolation that this is not the problem in Estonia alone. This is a challenge for the entire political world, and this is how things work in the world. Even in Zambia. I must admit that there is disaster risk adaptation and climate risk reduction committee in the government of Zambia. Taimar, if you get a new boss, if there is a new prime minister tomorrow, what would you recommend? If it's not Kaja Kallas, who has had experience with crisis, if it's not Andrus Ansip, who thrives on crisis, if it's someone who does not have any experience in managing crisis and they happen to be in a crisis, what would your recommendations be? It seems to me that it's hard to recommend anything to a fresh prime minister because the world of politicians includes a crisis every day. You need to do something unexpected on a daily basis. But when it comes to crises and how to best prepare for them, I would say that it's difficult to give recommendations to a prime minister because they do not have time and they are not learning actively. They are just learning through experience, so they do not have any time for planning. But to a beginner crisis manager in general, I would recommend to take time to think things through. Think which risks threaten you and what you need to do in order to maintain your service, or how to prioritize things so that this service is not even needed. Think things through and make a plan. Having a plan is the most important thing. If you have thought through what is threatening you and you know what the activities are that you need to do, practice these actions, and this will give you the certainty that you will be able to face a crisis. I think having a plan truly is what matters the most. If a new prime minister does take office and we are faced with yet another crisis, we've had quite a few recently, then you need to think clearly and set your goals at the beginning of the crisis. Decide what it is that you want to achieve. Make sure that people survive, or make sure that ID cards survive. If you have these goals, it's easier to set interim goals and to make agreements with other parties. Egert? I would like to second Daimar here. Plan truly is what matters the most. If a crisis occurs, the plan, of course, will go out of the window. You cannot follow the plan 100%, but the process of planning, having the plan on paper is pointless, we can say, but the process of making the plan is what matters. If you make a plan, you look at your strengths, your weaknesses, you practice, and you make sure that everything that's on the paper matches the real situation. If you've done this on a daily basis and you are faced with an unexpected situation, you will know what your weaknesses are. You might not be hit by precisely what you expected and what's written in the plan, but you know what your strengths and weaknesses are, you know what your resources are, and you know how to foster some of your strengths or hide some weaknesses. It will be something you thought through, something you've practiced, and that will help you. Crisis management is like sports. Athletes are good at what they do when they've practiced, when they've done the high jump 120 times using the right technique. Then the 121st time will go in the same way. And it's the same thing with crisis. If it's in your body, if you know what to do, you know how to use the knowledge that you have flexibly, I would argue that crisis management is much easier. So a plan is important just to feel that you've already thought about this kind of situation. Well, I also have quite a lot of crisis topics in my body, in my physical memory. I also want to point out that it's not one person who can manage a crisis. You must have a team. You must be able to trust them. If you don't have a team, you must create one. And having a team is important for managing a situation and also for support. Furthermore, crisis management always has the prerequisite that there is cooperation between different authorities, the state, the local government. These things tend to be described in plans, but the synergy is only truly created in an actual crisis situation. Of course, you must prepare for it, but cooperation really is the key. Don't think that one person can manage a crisis. It is teamwork. And don't think that your organization can manage a crisis. Again, it's cooperation with others. Margo? I heard a lot of thoughts that I agree with regarding a plan. If you're a beginner and you joined an organization, you should ask whether there's anybody else who was part of developing this plan or who has familiarized themselves with it very well, because these plans are very long, and you should ask this person to summarize the plan in 1 or 2 pages. This is important to understand it very well and also to know who the important partners are that can be engaged. In every crisis, the more you can think of partners that are obliged to or can help you, use the first 15 minutes to think about who you need to solve the situation and inform even more people so that there are other people volunteering to help. The most extensive crises we've faced are mainly criticized if information does not reach specific people. It's not that somebody will tell you, well done, you did it all alone and you didn't even bother me at all. Taimar, when will the law of preparedness be ready?
tähtaega,
We have the deadline of November. The legislation is nearly ready, and we still need to finalize some plans, but we still have some discussions that are ongoing. When we started this journey, I consulted with Mati, and he said that it will be most difficult to find common terminology, and we will get back to this in the end. I don't know about other countries' experience, but in Estonia we don't have the capacity of thinking in abstract ways, at least at authority level. If we start from a general and we go to the more specific, then, well, Americans do say that the devil is in the detail, and the same applies to us. In the last stages, we are faced with with some of the most difficult issues, and also the question which crises are more important, at which point will military threat prevail over others. We have already experienced the fact that several crises can happen at the same time, and this is what we started working on with this legislation, but now we are still left with some details to figure out. I hope that by the end of this year we can get this to the government's table and we can agree on the principles. Regarding the government, I don't know what the prediction would be.
It's in the nature of Estonians that the best part of the party is the time we're about to leave, and the same probably applies for legislation. And another, regarding practical crisis, laws have never helped to solve any active crisis, and we have solved all crises based on a prepared regulation, because each crisis gives us so many lessons, and it lasts for so long that we have time to add them to current legislations. And we know that we've already managed to have decades of experience based on certain legal acts and proposals. And based on a proposal now on draft regulations, especially regarding implementation of measures, we need to be very compliant with the law then. And what is an important part for a crisis manager in solving crisis is this kind of thinking outside the box. Each crisis is different to the last one. The world is not prepared for it. Laws are not prepared for it. We need to think outside the box. We need to be bold with interpretations. We need to go further. We need to step out legal frameworks. Thank you. Egert. Yes, I would like to say to Margo, I know one law that has always helped us to solve crisis, and it's the Constitution. So it's no matter which kind of crisis you need to solve, as Taimar said, the objective is the most important thing, and from the constitutions you always find these principles and bases to interpret other acts. But one of the important keywords is that plans obviously are important, but capabilities to learn from past so that you will take some knowledge with you, and therefore this preparedness is important because we learn from the past and we make the necessary changes. It's like a plan that is not in place in cases of crisis. So Taime, quick comment and then we'll take a question from the room. I thought you were going to say the Public Law Act, which would have applied for COVID, but also the tank in Narva case. But this was something that helped us back then. So if we'll take a question from the room now. Any questions? Yes, we have, please. Rain Jung from Pärnu Municipal Government. For over a year now, we have been active. We have had a security research center, state supply centers, Riho Terras, and many other people have visited us. And I have noticed that there's a concern that the fish goes off from the head side. And you were talking about that this crisis needs to be managed by institutions. So we had a committee where we had the rescue board and the police and border guard board. Then I have to admit, when I asked the question, who is the chief? If something happens, you know, missiles are flying, who is in charge? Is it the rescue board or the police? And they started arguing with each other. One said that they have more legal powers than the other. And this brings me to my question. If missiles start flying, who is the one that will be in charge, that will tell, you know, the military what to do, the police what to do, the medical staff what to do? Who will be in charge? Thank you. Mati. Yes, I come back to geometry. No one will, because civil security crisis regulation is not a pyramid, it's not a triangle, it's a trapeze. So in this cooperation creates the actions. These are pre-planned, pre-practiced, pre-rehearsed. But to find a man on a white horse in a crisis leads to failure. So cooperation, and very good that it was considered in the committee, and hopefully you'll find good common solutions. So there is a trapeze also on the local government level. But as missiles were mentioned, I agree with Mati 100%, but the principle is that if there's a situation of war, then war protection or military protection, we need to see to what extent. Where we have the defense forces, then their leader prevails, or a NATO general, if it's been passed, if the authorities have been passed on. But we see with Ukraine that in the back we need to protect people, and then we have civil organizations who are in charge of the crisis that are happening there, not in the front line. But legally, there are parallel crises, and we actually haven't agreed on a chief. And as Mati said, this makes sense that these things would be done in cooperation. But if missiles are flying, then on front line. But hopefully Pärnu wouldn't be on front line because it's in the west of the country. So where military action takes place, that's where the leader of the defense forces will be in charge. Mati, you wanted to yes, the last war in Pärnu was to do with Sprat. Yes, I will come back. This coin has two sides. One is kind of state protection, and the other is civil protection. So if we see the experience of Ukraine, I've been there over 10 times during this war. They're both equally important. One is success in a military sense in defending your country, but the other is also very important. The trust of the state, the people trusting the state, how they feel that in a crisis the state is with them and is helping them, and through that trust there's a will for protection and a general condition of the society that supports its protecting its country and is contributing. And from the enemy's point of view, this makes them attack the energy infrastructure, etc., so that they would weaken the people's trust of the state and starts to weaken the state. Egert. And there's also one of the answers. We can argue who is in charge of one or the other crisis, but when the crisis actually hits, then we'll see. Because as I said, each crisis is unexpected, and to actually predict, I know that military protection is led by the commander of the Defense League, but the different elements, it's also important that we are ready to solve it. We see where the issues are, and then we can direct these issues based on who is most competent in solving them, but we need to do it together. We each can't have an uncoordinated activities, but those who are involved in solving the crisis must work as one unit, and this unit will be in charge. If it's a crisis under an institution, then this institutions, including all the solving parties, is in charge. If it's a state-led, if it's a state-based crisis, then all relevant parties are in start. And if the Prime Minister, for example, in the end says that it's such an extensive crisis that they want to gather everything around it themselves, if then all institutions are included, then this is the structure that is in charge of solving the crisis. But that depends highly on what the crisis, what is the main problem, and what are the competences of people. Yes, I agree with Egert. So if it's theoretical enough, and obviously I can actually argue here, if we have a practical example, the situation is there, then these decisions are quite quickly made, and there's no disputes. So in committees you can discuss, you can talk about the theoretical part. And yes, this is the part of the planning. We'll go through the plans, we'll see where the errors are, we'll argue over them, they will test, and then we understand that this doesn't work. But when we actually have the crisis, then we use this experience that we have gained through these arguments and disputes and plans and trainings. Then we could find the best measure. And if the police and rescue do not agree, then we had a guy who opened the conference and who is responsible for internal security. Then it's their task to solve it. But as always, during good Estonian events, things get carried away in the end. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I'd like to thank you for a very interesting discussion. Thank you to all of you, and hopefully we'll all have easy crisis.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for helping with this panel, Erki. So this applause goes to you as well. An interesting detail, if last week Elektrilevi assessed that one of the biggest storms in decades, considering how many blackouts there were, then in that context I was thinking, watching the media, so where's this great concern now? we had 50,000 households without electricity, and then I was thinking about what was the Prime Minister's contribution in the context of this crisis when generators were bought last time when she spoke up. Then maybe this was the time when these generators were used and people had less stress. And it's difficult to also accept that all these things that you need for a crisis are not actually necessary at the beginning, because you'd want to use them straight away. We are now with our first break. We have 30 minutes to reflect. You can stand up, leave the hall, so we'll carry on at 11:30 in 26 minutes.
Ja ühe detaili tahaks öelda siis, et peale seda
And another detail, we will start with our foreign guests after the break, so everyone who would like to receive interpretation, then you can grab a device by the door.
ja tere tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back to all of you who are here with us online, and obviously those who are present here. So we will start getting carried away or getting into a good pace. So from our conversation before, these micro and larger conflicts that surround this whole topic, we were able to map those pretty well. And I believe that before we get into further details and nuances through our presentations, it's also good to see the wider picture. And I'm very happy to share the joy of the organizers here today that in Tallinn we have so many experts of the field here. So this could be the best composition of these kind of people here in the country at the same time. And first speaker that we have today will bring us a cross-European overview. And they are coordinating different capabilities of different European countries in their response. And what is the view from the European context will be the overview will be given up a man who has been at the European Commission since 2004 and in charge Crisis Regulation and Rescue EU Manager Hans Das, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure and a real privilege for me to be here with you. I'll have to speak English, I'm sorry. I hope we can manage with that. I will try to learn Estonian for the next time, but it might take a while. Thank you so much for having us here, for having the European Commission as part of this conference, which is really very much appreciated. Thank you very much for the very warm welcome. I understand you've even organized a storm and an explosion of a gas pipeline, especially for this conference. So that's really quite remarkable, and it shows how timely and how important all of this is. These are truly exceptional times. We've never seen anything like this in our lifetimes. In recent weeks, Europe was battered by a series of extreme weather events. At the same time, we're facing a complex and rapidly evolving security context, as was mentioned. We're experiencing new types of security risks. And in the European Commission, we are convinced that European cooperation will be essential in addressing these risks. The road to a safer tomorrow, as the title of this conference says, will have to go through cooperation at all levels, within Estonia, between the local and the central level, but also cooperation and coordination with the European levels. Obviously, the responsibility for civil protection, for emergency management is with member states. It's not with the European Commission. The European Commission has a very small, modest responsibility to support, facilitate, coordinate the European coordination around this. But we are convinced that European cooperation will become only more important in the coming years to deal with these increasing risks. And for that purpose, we have a framework in place at European level called the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism, which is a framework that brings together not only our 27 member states, but also 10 participating countries. Ukraine has recently joined, Moldova has recently joined this mechanism. So a total of 37 countries that work together on preventing crisis, on preparing for crisis, and on responding to crisis. And for that, we have set up a crisis center in the European Commission, the Emergency Response Coordination Center, which acts as the focal point for any country that is overwhelmed by a major crisis. So if Estonia or any of the other member states or even a third country needs assistance in the event of a major disaster, there is one phone number to call in Brussels, and we will then, from that crisis center, liaise and coordinate with all other member states to make sure that there is a coordinated European assistance provided to that request for assistance. During the first 15, 16 years of the existence of the civil protection mechanism, we had around 20, maximum 25 requests for assistance. So crisis where per year, so crisis where a country said, I need help. Over the last few years, we've had more than 100 requests for assistance. Last year, we even had more than 200 requests for assistance. So there is an exponential increase in the use of that mechanism to support each other. And that has very much to do with on the one hand, the increase in risks, on the other hand, the more diverse nature of the risks, the fact that we're seeing many different types of crisis nowadays. And one part of that is climate change. Estonia might have been somewhat spared until now of the most brutal effects of climate change, but some of our other member states have really experienced climate change in its most brutal form over recent weeks. If you look at the forest fires, the wildfires in Europe, we keep yearly statistics on the total burned area for the EU as a whole, all of the European countries. And we see a continuous increase in the burned area from year to year. It continues to increase. This year we had again a 40% increase of the total burned area in the EU compared to the average of the last 20 years. This year we also had the sad record of recording the single largest wildfire ever recorded in European history. That was the fire in Alexandroupolis in Greece, a fire which burned more than 100,000 hectares. If you have difficulties visualizing 100,000 hectares, think big. It's a real big area. And of course, Europe is just one part of the extreme weather that we're seeing. We're seeing the same trends globally. For the first time, Canada asked the European Union for help to try and manage the wildfires in Canada that are still not under control today. They have been going on since May of this year. There's still several fires out of control in Canada right now. We have sent from Europe some 350 firemen and firewomen to help there for several weeks. So you can see that the world as a whole is grappling with these problems. It's not just about fires and more heat. We've also seen some of the worst floods ever in Europe this year. And what was unique this year was that on one single day, you had one country, Cyprus, asking for help to deal with forest fires. And on the same day, you had another country, Slovenia, asking for help with floods. So you see that climate change is manifesting itself in many different forms. Some of the floods we've seen this year in Italy, in Slovenia, in Greece have been really unparalleled. The amount of rainfall that Greece had to digest at a certain moment in August has never been seen before in Europe. No country would have been able to deal with that in a very good way. It would have been challenging for anybody. The same with Slovenia, the same with others. For Estonia, it might be storms, it might be different sort of things, but the message here is that climate change is there, and it's something we need to prepare for. While we're trying to prepare for climate change, we also have to take into account a security context that is becoming increasingly volatile, increasingly uncertain, complex, with new types of risks, hybrid attacks. I've for a long time been very skeptical about the notion of hybrid attacks. I thought it was something that was nice for academia to talk about in conferences. I had to correct my view on that because they're there. They exist, they're taking place, and we're seeing them. Think about the forced migration from Belarus to Lithuania last year. Think about the critical infrastructure disruption you saw in the Baltic Sea. We don't know yet what exactly happened yesterday in the Gulf of Finland, but it's not unlikely that it's a similar situation. And we have to add to that list something which is new for the civil protection services in the EU, and that's conventional war. We all thought this was something we had left behind. We thought this was something of the past. Many of the civil protection services across the European Union have disinvested, have stopped investing in preparing for armed conflict because we assessed the likelihood of having an armed conflict in the EU as extremely small. We have to change that. We are changing that. Countries like yours are taking the lead on this. Because of your geographic location, obviously, you are in a very difficult spot. You're in a situation of vulnerability. And so we really need to adapt now this European cooperation to also prepare for the possibility of armed conflict reaching the EU. So all of that together is creating major pressure on the civil protection services across the EU. And it's creating challenges that are new and that are a bit different from what we're used to work with. We need to think hard about conflict escalation in the war in Ukraine. How much worse can it get? Is there a potential of radiological or nuclear warfare in all of this, chemical warfare, and what would be the consequences for Europe of that? We need to think about spillover. Can that conflict spill over to some of our neighboring member states, etc.? So climate change, security, we have to add to that mix that there will always be the unexpected. There will always be things that we know can happen, but we hope don't happen. And on the 6th of February of this year, this was one of the nightmare scenarios we saw materializing. The earthquake in Turkey and the impact on Syria was probably one of the most tragic emergencies crisis I have seen in the last 20 years that I've worked on these issues. It's also the example, and that's why I have it here, that made me most proud of the European cooperation we have, because it really worked. We really could show that by working together, we can make a difference. I'm not going to go into any sort of detail, but just look at the timeline. On the 6th of February, around 4 o'clock, this major earthquake happens. 1 hour and a half later, that's 90 minutes, AFAD, the Disaster Management Authority in Turkey, decided to activate the civil protection mechanism and ask for help. That is extremely fast. I think very few countries would be able to make that decision to ask for international help so quickly. But it allowed us to react very quickly. By 8 o'clock in the morning, so we're talking 4 hours after the earthquake happened, we had the first offers of search and rescue teams in our system. By 9 o'clock, they were accepted by Turkey. By early afternoon of that same day, the first European teams were arriving in Turkey. By end of day, they were operational. After 48 hours, we had more than 1,750 European rescuers working in Turkey. And in these first few days, they saved more than 100 lives. And for search and rescue, that's a big number. In parallel, we mobilized 6 field hospitals, which treated more than 18,000 patients in the first 2 weeks alone. So it really shows that by bringing together the best of our abilities, by working together, by reacting quickly, we can actually make a difference. We can really complement what needs to be done primarily at national level, but what can be usefully complemented and supplemented by other member states. I'm not going to go into any sort of detail on what happened in Libya just a few weeks ago, but again, a very tragic example. I just put it in the slides here because it shows that we can actually work in armed conflict situations. When the dam broke in Libya and some 4,000 people lost their lives, we very quickly were able to mobilize teams from France and Italy who went with military protection. I mean, they went with a military convoy. But there were civil protection people from France and Italy working in Libya together with the Libyan authorities in a very challenging security context. And a lot of other member states provided all sorts of in-kind assistance, from shelter to medical aid, etc., etc. So it just shows that armed conflict is something we can deal with. We can work in these circumstances. We're just always thinking of it as outside the European Union, not inside the European Union. And the exercise that we now need to make is to really prepare for that scenario as well. So what I'm presenting you is a pretty bleak picture. This is our new operating reality. And it will require an ambitious agenda for change. We need to adapt. We cannot just continue with business as usual. We need to deepen the civil protection cooperation at all levels, and it's particularly nice to hear about the work in the first panel that is taking place at Estonian level. It's great to see that civil protection is getting more budget, more people, more facilities, that there is work on the legal basis, etc. And I think it is exactly what is needed. We're giving that message to all of our member states. Civil protection is more important than ever before. It is now a good idea to invest in strengthening civil protection. We're also doing that at European level. We want to deepen the cooperation at European level as far as civil protection is concerned. We have this European civil protection pool, which is basically bringing together teams from all over Europe. They are on standby in their home countries. They are trained, they are exercised. They have to go through a quality reassurance process. They have to show that they can work according to our quality guidance. And then they benefit from some European funding for this. You have several teams in the pool, some in the pool and some on its way. And I can only encourage you to continue to do that. We need everybody to contribute to the pool. So these teams are available to respond very quickly in case of a major earthquake, or in case of a major emergency in general, sorry. The other layer that we have developed very recently, only over the last 2 years, is this RescEU. And RescEU is basically the strategic reserve that the European Union is building. So this is fully funded by the European budget. It is hosted in interested member states, so member states can volunteer to host a part of the strategic reserve. And it is available on a last resort basis to support member states in need of these items. What do we have in the RescEU strategic reserve so far? It's under development, but we have a strong focus for the time being on forest firefighting on the one hand, because there is a really strong need for that in one part of Europe. This is a fleet of forest firefighting aircraft, the Canadairs, as you know them from the images, helicopters also, lighter aircraft also. This year we have doubled the fleet because we see the wildfire risk becoming more important. So this summer we had a total of 28 aircraft available to support the member states who were experiencing wildfires. We also have put a strong focus on medical capacities and chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear response capacities, where we are investing big money. We will have a total of around 3 million invested in overall the strategic reserve, and more than half of that will go to medical and CBRN. We really believe that after COVID, we need to be better prepared for health threats, we need to be better prepared for pandemics, and we need to be prepared for radiological, nuclear, chemical incidents, biological incidents, be it industrial incidents or armed conflict or terrorism, etc. But the risk is certainly increasing. So we have CBRN stockpiles with all sorts of therapeutics under development. Your Finnish colleagues are doing an important part of that work currently. There will be CBRN decontamination teams available as part of this, CBRN detection teams also. We're developing a relatively small medical evacuation capacity in order to get people out of an emergency situation where needed. We're building the biggest field hospital in the world. We have a very nice project where we are funding the development of an entirely new field hospital, which will bring together components from 10 different member states. And if you put all of that together, it will be a very, very large field hospital. They can also be mobilized analyzed separately, of course. And then we have relatively small reserves of shelter capacities, tents, containers, prefab houses. We're developing a transport and logistics capacity. We have in Poland a relatively robust energy reserve in the sense of generators of different sizes, also developed because of the Ukraine conflict, of course. What we have seen in the case of Ukraine is that we need to innovate, we need to become better at what we do, and we need to become smarter about what we do. In the case of Ukraine, we received a request for assistance from Ukraine very early on. Since then, we have provided massive assistance. There has been in-kind assistance, all sorts of shelter items, field hospitals, medical equipment, medicines, school buses, all sorts of different things. Heavy equipment has been provided for a total value of around 800 million euros. So that's a significant amount of equipment, with the advantage that it's there immediately available, ready to use for our Ukrainian colleagues. What we have noticed is that we can multiply that assistance by working with new actors in all of this. And one of the new actors we're working with is the private sector, private companies. Companies are willing and can make a big contribution to disaster relief efforts. They are all, not all of them, but many of them are willing to make a contribution. Until recently, we didn't have the systems to integrate that into the overall approach. So what we've done now is set up a mechanism where private sector companies can donate equipment, items, all sorts of goods, which has to abide by certain quality standards because we want to send the right stuff. But if the quality standards are fulfilled, then we can integrate it into our rescue stockpiles, and we treat it as a rescue strategic reserve of the European Union. So, for instance, Ukraine has benefited from a lot of very technical, specialized material from electricity companies, all sorts of repair materials that they needed to repair the grid, which has been sent through this system. We're also taking a much more cross-sectoral approach. We can't just focus on civil protection or health. We need to reach out to the energy colleagues. We need to work with the agricultural sector. We need to work with the IT sector. We're providing lots of IT support to Ukraine right now. We're providing road salt to Ukraine because without road salt, the transport infrastructure will immediately come to an end in the winter, and it will be very difficult for Ukraine to continue to function. The other thing we need to do much more, in our view, is to look forward. We used to be very reactive, responsive, and we've become very good in that. A crisis happens somewhere, and we're very quick in reacting to that. What we're doing less good, in my view, collectively, is to try and anticipate, try and look forward, try and foresee what is coming next at us. And that's where we are developing the ERCC from a purely operational response center to what is also a smarter, forward-looking, anticipatory center, where we have a whole analytical team now that helps us in analyzing crisis. We have scientific networks all over Europe where we can tap into the expertise from scientific bodies within a couple of hours to understand what the impact of a crisis can be. Think about CBRN, for instance. You will need modeling very quickly. You will need to have expertise about how this, can it reach Europe or not, if there is radiation, what to do with the people fleeing from Ukraine, arriving on our borders, etc., etc. So scientific advice is going to be extremely important in all of this, and we're working hard on that. I'll give you one concrete example of anticipation. The Kakhovka Dam, when that dam was bombed by the Russians, it wasn't a surprise to us. It was a scenario that we had been working on for months. We had developed a full impact assessment of the loss of that dam, how quickly the water would reach Kherson and the different regions, etc. And that impact analysis had been shared with the Ukrainian authorities. And that allowed us and the Ukrainians to react very, very quickly. So it just shows that thinking about what may happen next makes a lot of sense. So what are we thinking ahead of in terms of our next few problems? CBRN incidents are very high on our list of concerns. We need to become better in preparing for that. In Ukraine, potentially also in the EU, mass evacuation is an area where we believe we can do better. Mass evacuations are extremely complicated. They require a lot of expertise and capacities, and it's something we have to look in more carefully. And I just want to finish by saying that we're working very closely with the 3 Baltic countries on trying to prepare for possible conflict spillovers, for mass evacuation scenarios, etc. I think it is extremely important that we can and will work together in case of need. So in conclusion, because I'm going into my excess time, we are navigating our way through a very challenging new landscape. I'm sure some tough choices will lie ahead of us. But one thing is clear in our view. We have a better chance of addressing these risks of the future if we all work together. If we try and approach this in isolation, it's doomed to fail. If we work together, we have a pretty good chance of being able to respond to these things. Ukraine has shown, the response that we have provided to Ukraine has shown how powerful we can be if we work together. Putin thought he could blackmail us by wiping out the energy grid in Ukraine. We've shown that there are ways to go around that. We've shown that we are standing by Ukraine, that we're helping them, that we'll make sure that they have the energy so that this war is not lost. And I think we really need to get hope out of that, and we need to really all work towards more cooperation in the future. And you can count on the European Commission's full support for that. Thank you very much.
Ja, Hans, suur aitäh.
Yes, Hans, so thank you so much for your presentation and the final thought you had. Yes, the crisis in the Ukraine has united European countries in this context, and we've seen what it does to state security activities, mostly preparedness to contribute more, and this kind of mobilization, better level of mobilization that we have achieved. What has the crisis in the Ukraine has shown in civic protection? What kind of changes? Together, yes, indeed, but perhaps a few examples. What have countries done after the war in the Ukraine in civic protection?
For many member states, many have used this opportunity, this occasion, if I can call it like that, to really have another look at their civil protection system, how they work, how they are prepared, and to try and strengthen it. On the European side, we have really innovated enormously. For the first time, we have set up logistical hubs, which seems like a technical thing, but it has been a game changer. I mean, the difficulty for all member states is to bring assistance into Ukraine. And getting into a country that is at war is difficult for anybody. I mean, there are insurance issues, there are all sorts of safety and security issues. So we've created 3 logistical hubs on the European side of the border, where we bring the assistance from member states together, and from where on we then transport that assistance into Ukraine in an organized and coordinated way. We're finding that this is a much better way of dealing with these issues than what we've done before. And it probably shows that we have to learn in Europe to think big. We always tend to be very modest, very humble. We tend to be We have been spared of major disasters for a very long time. There has been a very long period where in Europe there hasn't been a 9/11 for Europe. In the US, you had 9/11, and that was the wake-up call. And from there on, you can see that the investment in preparedness in the United States has increased tremendously. That defining moment has never occurred in the EU until we had COVID and the war in Ukraine. And I think we're at that point now. I think we need to think big. We need to invest. We need to really strengthen our systems.
Thank you, Hans.
Welcome.
Thanks for the presentation and also for this answer. Aitäh, teema.
Thank you. Applause for the speaker. On the European Commission level, we live in an information society and we are surrounded by a lot of data, and coping with this data, they're finding this data, using this, processing them is definitely a more complicated question than it initially seems. And I'm very glad that today we have the Disaster and Epidemiology Center database manager Regina Bello with us, who will have a presentation online. I see that Regina is ready.
That's okay. That's fine. You can start now.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Bilot, and I am working at the Center for Research on the Epidemiology of Disaster at the Catholic University in Brussels, in Belgium, since now 35 years. So it means that I have more or less built all my career at CRET. So as mentioned before, we are not coming from the operational side of the world. We are more serving the international community by providing data, reliable data to the to the community. So the MDAT database, this is what I will mainly present, has been created in '88 with the initial support of the WHO and also the Belgian government. Since 1999, the database is supported mainly by the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance of USAID. And as I have already mentioned, the database is maintained at CRET at the center, which is part of the Catholic University of Louvain. So what is usually happening, as mentioned in previous presentation, you have a humanitarian crisis. It can be a conflict, but here we are more focused on the natural disasters. And there is a great amount of data, but there is also a lot of uncertainty that we have in a way to collect all this data and ensure that the data are reliable when we provide them to the public. So the problem when this database has been built, and some of this problem has been solved with the years, but they are still there, is that there was a lack of international consensus on best practices to collecting disaster data. And there was also a lot of variability in definition, terminology, source which has been used, and so on. The state of play was that there is always a strong need of data. It was the case 35 years ago when the database has been created, but it's still the case now. So the strong needs of data is the reason is that disaster events are still increasing in magnitude and frequency. There is a continued need for disaster data collection. And it's also an important tool for a variety of institutions and organizations. The main objective of the MDAT disaster loss database is to build an evidence-based, address the reliability of the data. Just to mention in two brackets, MDAT is not a real-time database. Our main objective is to provide the most reliable data to the public, and we disseminate the data and we provide also analysis. So what is MDAT? What is the content? And what are we measuring? We are measuring the occurrence, the human and the economic impact of disaster, natural disaster, and also technological one. It represents over 26,000 records from the previous century until now. We have a global coverage, so it means that we are measuring the human and economic impact at a national level. We are using inclusion criteria that I will explain a little more later. As I already mentioned, the project is funded mainly by the US government. Our objective is to provide evidence base to humanitarian and development actors at national and international level. And we are also the only publicly available disaster loss database in the world. So you can consult our database on the website www.mdat.be. So what is, because I have mentioned we are the only disaster loss database in the world. There are, of course, other disaster loss database. So just to give you a picture is that we have 5 global disaster loss database. So it means institutions which are measuring the disaster occurrence, human or economic impact at the same level as MDAT. So 2 of them are have been built and managed within university or academic institutions. So it is the case of MDAT, but also CatDat in Karlsruhe. And the 3 other ones are coming from the reinsurance company. So it means that they are not public. They are serving completely different public, so it's more private. And they are much more focused also on the economic losses than the human impact. And on the other side, you have since, I don't know, more than 1 decade, a lot of national or subnational disaster loss database which are growing up in, you might be familiar probably with this Disinventar database. So it's the same database as MDAT, but which will measure the impact of disaster at subnational level, can be a district or a province or a state. So, and as there are more or less between 50 and 60 subnational disaster in the world. So we are also not working alone in our corner. We have a network of different collaborators. You can see that most of them are the international community because they are using MDAT. But also other organizations like the private company Munich Re and Swiss Re, which are the 2 biggest reinsurance companies, are also part of our network because they are we are talking the same language. So we know what is the complexity of recording the disaster, having good data on and good sources to provide the human impact and also the economic impact of a disasters. So just here now to explain that MDAT, it's not only the database, which means the maintenance of the database, but there are the MDAT project, so the project which is funded by BHC USAID, include different activities. So in the current project, which is a 5 years project, we have 3 main activities. So the first one, of course, is the database maintenance and the development of further product, of improving the database. And it includes here 3 sub-activities. One is the creation of a new portal, which is now available since several weeks, which include also a complete documentation of the database, which was quite important because a lot of people were asking questions. And here we have now a complete documentation on the methodology of MDAT, the different indicators that we are including, and so on. The second sub-activities is establishing a scientific technical advisory group of MDAT. In the previous slide, you have seen this network of people that we used to invite once every 2 years, which were part of the humanitarian community. And the objective of the technical advisory group meeting was to improve, of course, data of MDAT. Here we are focusing more on trying to give a more scientific value to the data that we are providing. And the third sub-activities is the automatization of the data collection. So I came on this subject because the question was often asked to me that, okay, how is your coverage? Are you covering all natural disaster, taking into account, of course, our criteria? Are you a complete disaster loss database? So, of course, for the main disaster, that's not really an issue, but for more small disaster, which don't always fit really in our criteria, it was a little more difficult. And then the second aspect was that it takes time. Collecting data, it's not really the biggest part of the job, I will say. What is more tricky is to validate the data, because we are using a different source. And so we came saying, okay, at some point, the human being will not be enough. So we need the technology. So now we are collaborating. We are starting to collaborate with other institutes who are already using other artificial intelligence or other tools who can help the human beings to collect data. So we are in this process now. It will not replace, of course, the human beings and the expertise that a person can have after 30 years, but it's just to make the work a little more easiest. So the second biggest activity is strengthening the partnership for local level disaster impact. So it's now a pilot project that we are leading in 4 countries, is based on the MDAT model and on our methodology. We have adapted the MDAT to a subnational level. So it's not in concurrence with this inventor, because our objectives are a bit different and we are going back retrospectively. And as I say, it's a pilot project, so we will see in the future what will be the results. So now the training, because we are making a training in these countries. So 4 countries have been selected: Bangladesh, Cameroon, Uganda, and Philippines will be the next one. So what we are planning is to give this training. Then they will collect the data depending how many students and what will be the human capacity, is to collect retrospectively the data in the country at a subnational level from 2000 onwards, and then to collaborate on a publication based on the data which has been collected. And the second sub-activities will be to establish a regional hub in one of the continents to see how an institution can lead over a little bit this work. As I say, it's just a pilot project, and we have first to see what will be the result. And the third main activity is, of course, data need always to be improved. When you are holding a database, you cannot just sleep on this and say, oh, it's working, and nothing more is needed. So we have also weaknesses in our database. There are here three focus on epidemics and infectious disease, because we are recording also the epidemics. not the pandemic. This is also a question which was asked several times. Why are you not including COVID? But COVID is not an epidemic, and there are plenty other databases which are tracking COVID numbers since years around the world. So, but also epidemic and more globally biological disaster has never been used in any statistics. So we thought that we have to see what we will do with the epidemic data. The methodology is less strong, and also these kind of events are not so well tracked than other natural disaster. The second topic is heat wave. Of course, with climate change, the human impact is quite also large. It changes and biases sometimes completely the statistics. So, and again, there is no standard methodology to measure heat wave data, but I will not only mention heat wave, there are also cold wave, which are maybe the impact is not so so visible, but it's also really difficult to have good data. And don't forget, we are making this globally. So it means that ideally we should have good heat wave and cold wave data over all countries in the world, not only Europe or I don't know, United States. And the third issue is the topics, let's say it's the economic losses. Only 30 to 35% of our natural disasters has economic losses data. So here, this is the definition we are using for disaster in our database. It's a situation or event which overwhelms local capacity, necessitating a request to national and international level for external assistance, an unforeseen and often sudden event that causes great damage, destruction, and human suffering. As I say, we have entry criteria, so we don't enter each single disaster in MDAT. So at least one of the criteria that you see on the screen has to be fulfilled. 10 or more people reported killed, or 100 or more people reported affected, a call for international assistance, and a declaration of a state of emergency. So these inclusion criteria are applied for natural disaster and technological disaster. And as mentioned on the disaster, we don't include any conflict, complex emergencies, or even terrorist attacks, or even incident which is caused by human beings. So this is the current classification that we are using. We have worked with different stakeholders from university, international research center, governmental UN institution, to get a common and standard classification. Another important thing also to keep in mind when you're using that what we are taking into account in our classification is the triggering event. Take an example. There is a storm which will lead to a big flooding. You have to look to storms to find the information. Hits somewhat on the methodology and how we process to collect the data. So once a disaster happens, usually we receive notices from a French agency press, which are sending item news. And then we collect the information coming from different sources. It might go from 1 to 10 different sources, depending the figure which are giving, depending the reliability of the sources, depending of the updating. So there are really different ways to track this information. So, and this information is collected daily, weekly, depending how much they are reported by the different organization. And all this information is entered in the database and updated daily. Then it goes through the validation process. So the validation process is when we choose from these different sources, according their reliability, their updating, what will be the most reliable data to provide to the public. And then the data is made available for the public. So what I've mentioned before, we are not a real-time database. We are tracking the information until there is no information anymore on a specific disaster. They might be reporting 1 or 2 years after by organization. I just take the example of the situation reported by provided by the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society. Sometimes they are updated on after 1 or 2 years. So we continue to track the information until there is no more, or it is just the final one which is provided. So it means that the data, a new data set is uploaded more or less every month. So the database is not static. It is more or less static for historical data, but for current year and even the previous year, the data might change or might be updated every month. So I will not enter too much into the details. So here you see it is the list is not exhaustive. It is our current sources. So it goes from the United Nations to press agencies, going sometime through governmental sources, NGOs, reinsurance companies. We have set up a kind of reliability score. So it means giving more credit to the United Nations information compared to the press. We are also using other disaster database, which are more type disaster database like earthquake. We use USGS, flood, the Dartmouth Flood Observatory, epidemics, WHO, and so on. So for the future, which I have already mentioned, we are going from manual search to get more automatization in the disaster data collection. Our objective is to increase the coverage to be sure that we are not missing some event, and also to reduce a little bit the manual search. Just to be short, because I don't know if I will get a sign if I am over the time. So is that we are measuring the but there are 3 levels in the database. So the information on the event, the information on the countries which has been affected by the event, and then all this source of information with different figure, and this go into a validation process before being made available for the public.
Regina,
So-
I'm very sorry. Time is up
Yeah.
already, but you can do some conclusions in
Yes, okay.
in
So
minutes.
I will skip. Okay, if you want to have technical information, here you see this is the different indicators. You can always go on the website. The most of them I have already said. There is a monthly validation. There is a quality control and internal error cross-checking, and our figure has to be confirmed at least by 2 different sources before we decide to make the data available to the public. I just want to finish on this slide. There are strengths in MDAT because we are the unique free accessible disaster loss database in the world. We act as a reference point for global analysis and disaster occurrence and impact. It's a unique basis for policy paper on disaster reduction and risk. We have an international recognition and a credibility, and also the capacity to provide methods and guidelines. On the other side, there are weaknesses. A database is never really perfect. We stay a global database, so we have our resolution is really limited to look into local or having local level analysis, and also the public aspect of MDAT may lead to inappropriate use of data. So I will stop here because I can talk further on MDAT and the different products that we are making. I just invite the people to go on our website if you want to learn more, if you want to access to the database. I just mentioned the database is completely free and open to everybody except private companies. So you have just to register on our platform, accept the condition of use, and you can get access to the data. And if you have any question, come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Regina. Thank you. A little applause from Tallinn. And actually, there is no time left for questions, but we will use your database, and after that, we'll send all the questions via email. And
Thank you.
maybe we have some possibility to meet each other in the next conference. Thank you. Aga järgmise ettekande juurde nüüd.
Now let's move on to the next presentation. We will talk about science, and I'm glad to welcome Harald Drager on the stage, who is the president of the International Emergency Management Society from Norway. Harald will tell us about the role of science in crisis and how to make wise decisions.
Thank you for that nice introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm very honored to be invited to speak to you about a quite big thing called the role of science in crisis, how to make wise decisions. That's a very big question, and let me start. But first, I'd like to also tell that my presentation is held by Thomas Robertson. He is our team's regional director for North America. So I will start by Hans Das did give you an overview of certain recent crises. So I will just show you this picture and say the world is at risk. It is facing more disasters with much higher frequency and impact. And going to the EMDAT, which we also use, and this data is collected from the EMDAT. In 2022, world faced 387 natural hazards and disasters, resulting in the loss of more than 30,000 lives and affecting 185 million individuals. And disaster also have a cost, and the economic losses were about 313 billion, with less than half of it was insured. Going further, I would like to say something which Barack Obama said. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and the last generation that can do something about it. And because we, as said, increasing frequency, magnitude, and numbers of people impacted, and huge economic damage. And there is still a lot of inequalities among population worldwide, and worsening poverty and deprivation. And COVID-19 that showed us it could affect millions of people all over the world, and the Russian war, and now also the Israeli war, is a tragedy and have a huge impact worldwide. So just take a look at this. There is a lot of typical scenarios of disasters and climate change. I don't want to list them, but all this the civil protection have to handle, and there will probably be more in the future. But what I'm talking about is how science support crisis response in several ways. And it can help individuals, organizations, and governments to make wise decisions in response to crisis. It can be used to predict when can a crisis happen. We can look at the risk of it to happen. We can understand the situation during the crisis if we collect data, and we can develop plans based on the data we have, and we can provide a basis for effective communication about crisis. So everything starts with data, and going back to AM data, these are more data of different things. For example, we have satellites taking data around the world. We have weather data, which we can forecast, tsunamis, etc. We have a global seismologic network telling about earthquakes. Earthquakes is not easy to predict. They are still working on different methods to do that. We have surveillance drones, and we have tsunami warning systems, and also wastewater was used in order to monitor the COVID-19. We have historical data, and all this type of data is very important when we are going to use science in predicting what can happen and how can a crisis develop. And for example, historical data can reveal frequency of lightning strikes that might start wildfires, and we have seen a lot of wildfires this year. Data on vegetation can be used to predict wildfire spread. For example, you recently saw what happened in Hawaii, where there was actually non-topic grass which burned very fast and really developed this spread of the wildfire in Hawaii. And we can look at waters, we can accumulate data and look how can flood develop. Oceanographic and atmospheric data can predict weather and droughts, and demographic data of population living close to can then be evacuated, or we can do changes to where we can build. So all these types of data can be used to guide us in a response. And we have different models that can find the answer in data. For example, statistical models to predict floods. How do they develop? How can we protect? What should we do in that case? Simulation models, for example, it was Hans Das, he talked about possible mass evacuation, which is a quite difficult task, and you can predict where should people go, where could the evacuation routes. For example, on a rig in the North Sea, for example, Norway is very much involved in oil industry in the rig, and one criteria is the owner have to demonstrate that the rig can be evacuated before the evacuation routes break down. You need a model in order to see if that's possible. And what we have recently also got in is artificial intelligence, which can compute a lot of data in a fast time and give us feedback on possible things that can happen. And big data, use big data, fast computers, and AI. When you look what happens, what the news say about big data, someone is scared. Is this artificial intelligence a threat, or can it be used for something valuable? And I just recently, last week actually, attended a conference in Prague about critical infrastructure, and artificial intelligence data came up as a question. One expert said, artificial intelligence is a big risk, but it's also a big gain if you use it the right way. For one example, the Hurricane Katrina, all remember that one in New Orleans, covered in the news. And it happened in 2005, 1,836 died, and there was 100 billion US dollar in damage, and 300,000 homes was destroyed. And 1.5 people were evacuated. And actually, the prediction of this hurricane was quite good. But what they had overseen was that the protection was the piles were not done properly, so they were over. The water went over the protection, and that caused the big flooding. And we also saw in Fukushima, for example, there was a cascading event, and they haven't predicted the tsunami, which then put the flood, went over the dams that protected the Fukushima atomic power plant. And science is also good to predicting things. And here you can see prediction is difficult, and you must know how to use the data in order to come up with the right answer. And here you see different cases. For example, the World Health Organization, they predicted when the Ebola happened, a few hundred, while CDC predicted 1.4 million, the actual 29,000. So you have to understand how to use the data. The same peak in the Guinea cases, they said, UK aid said it has passed in August, but the cases were actually larger in December with 150 per week. And US cases, Stanford Medicine, quite possibly every major city will see at least a handful of cases, but 4 total cases in US. So when you use the data, you also have to put them into a right model, and you have to know about the possibility that this is not correct, and you have to update the models. I will come back to this project, which we have just recently participated in, and tell you a little bit more about it later. The conclusion on, I'm not concluding the presentation, but I'm concluding about use of data and science in prediction and warnings. Our world is increasingly faced with crises associated with climate change and natural disasters, as well as accident and human actions. Science can be used for analyzing data, prediction, risk assessment, and understanding the situation in planning and how it will develop. But authorities need to understand and have confidence in the scientific results, and also necessary safeguard to ensure that the appropriate application of the science. And also understanding and the transparency concerning the limitation of science. You saw the prediction of Ebola. The different institutions came up with different answers. So you have to understand what is the limitation and the proper use of data. And another thing which is important, communication and engagement in a crisis, we saw in the pandemic, is very important. And you need to be sure of what you present is based on scientific evidence. Before I finish, I will tell you a little bit about my organization and how we engage in research and use scientific data. Teams, we celebrated our 30th anniversary this year. We are a voluntary organization, and we were founded in Washington, D.C. in 1993. And we are today registered as a non-profit NGO in Brussels. And I worked for this organization pro bono voluntarily for 30 years. So that is a long practice with this. Actually, we did our annual conference in South Africa, where we focused on crisis, emergency, and disasters, a continuum of challenges and opportunities in the 21st century. And what was important and what an observation, they have a very young population in South Africa, and the young student at this university they were amazing how engaged and devoted they were to learn about emergency management. That was a very good observation. And teams, we have a vision and a mission, and teams work to achieve its mission through the exchange of information, innovation and good practices in education, training and certification and research and development activities. We are not operational, we are educational, and we are not seen on the scenes. We have different activities. We do conferences and workshops, the one I just mentioned. We do webinars, and we have invited, actually we've done webinars about the civil protection, how they perform their duties and how they do their organization, most over Europe, and research and development activities. And we also have an international certification. And we are looking into how can, for example, artificial intelligence be used in analytics and as a communication tool. And as I said, for example, lessons learned is something we all talk about in civil protection. And what is the first lesson learned? We never learn. And actually to be proper with collecting data, saving data, and use them, for example, by AI. We could probably find out in a very fast time if there has been similar accidents, similar things we can learn from in order how do we use this now in the crisis we are facing. Just take your tour. We have the tour around the world with annual conferences, and it's been amazing to see the different cultures and cuisines and learning for the exchange of experiences in different ways in doing emergency management. And I think it's very important that we understand the culture differences between us. There's a lot to learn when we are in Africa. They have ways to do it, India, other ways. So it's not only in Europe and US we do the right things. We have to communicate and learn from each other. We have done different research projects. I don't go through the details here, but they are funded. Some of them are funded by the European Commission, by the World Bank, and we have funded some of them ourselves. I will just take you through some of them where science have been important. We did one project called Asset, and we did this before the pandemic. It was about communication in pandemic. And actually, all of you probably remember the swine flu, which had an outbreak in Mexico, and soon to 73 countries. And the WHO, they said, oh, this might be a bad pandemic. What happened was that actually it was a mild flu, and then they started with mistrust that maybe this was something WHO said in order to give more vaccines by the pharmaceutical companies. And our role in this project was to look at how do we restore the trust between the public and the authorities in a pandemic situation. And this was before the COVID-19 pandemic. And we did certain investigations, and we actually invited in 8 cities in Europe. We invited 50 people, different gender, different ages, different backgrounds, and we asked them certain questions about what would you do when you get sick in a pandemic and an epidemic. And some questions came out, some answers came out, which was important. And one was said, we want to know the truth, whatever bad it is. That's a very important message. And the other one was that we like to be involved. How can we be involved? Not only a direct communication from the authorities to the public, but what we call participatory governance. So that was some of the conclusions, and it was a good background when the pandemic really hit. We also participated in another project looking at climate change and how it can affect our cultural heritage. This project looked at 3 areas, one in Italy, a medieval city, and 2 sites in Crete. And what we developed was a platform where we looked at how can we maintain these cultural sites, and what is the possibility in order that this can be worn down and would need help in order to be restored. And this should probably interest you even more. We participated in this project together with the World Bank. It was the state of the civil protection in the world, typologies, good practice, and economic returns. This looked at all the civil protection around the world, looked at their good side, their lack of equipment, etc., etc. Unfortunately, this report was never published. And I would really like to see that this could be taken up again. And with the present situation we have in the world, it is needed to know how well prepared is the civil protection worldwide, and how can they be improved. Back to the Impetus project, which we have just ended. This is a smart city solution. And what we developed in this project was different tools that could be used in order to make the cities more resilient. For example, a firearm detector, bacteria detector, etc., as you see on the right on this. And here, science is important, using big data, using artificial intelligence in order to predict what can happen in the city and how can we prevent or try to take down any threats. A little bit about what we think is important in emergency management in teams is we have to have one language when we communicate worldwide on emergency management. And we have started what we call an international qualification certification, TQC and TQAC. And this have now so far been introduced, we have candidates certified in these 10 countries, and we are pushing this worldwide. And everything is done online, that people go on, they get qualified, they upload the data, and they do the examination. And by this, we have a common way and understanding of what is emergency management, what is the background, etc. And we are pushing this forward. And all what we do has been done on a voluntary basis. I like to end with what we will do next year. Namely, we will go to India, where we will have our annual conference. And by this, we will take up what we did in South Africa. And knowing the largest population in the world is in India, they have a very good educational system. So we very much look forward for that. And after 24, I would like to give a recommendation to yourself. We have not decided where to be. Maybe it's the time to be back in Europe. And could we invite ourselves to do a joint conference with yourself? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very sorry for pushing you, but we don't have time for questions. And anyone, don't hesitate, questions, give to Harald in lunch break. Thank you. Aitäh, Harald.
Thank you, Harald, again for this presentations on teams' plans and activities. But we will carry on with the research just before the lunch break. We have a professor from TalTech, Maarja Kruusmaa, and again being prepared for crisis. Maarja, please.
Aitäh kutsumast.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to continue after Harald and Regina, who have already explained why science is important in crisis management. And as a scientific counselor, my work is not to do crisis research, but it's to pass on knowledges to politicians from scientists so that they would be simple but not oversimplified, and that would help them to make the right decisions during crisis. For a couple of years, I've been working with a report to the European Commission to help them with the preparedness of the crisis. And this is a report with 25 recommendations. And with this work, I've realized that these recommendations in the report are not only good for the European Commission, but they are also useful for other member states who have similar issues and their local governments and also private person. After the report, I actually bought myself a diesel generator, and that was before the Prime Minister told us to buy one. So it's definitely changed my life. However, what to say about this report, or what's the main message? I would like to come back to the title, is how to cope with unexpected future crisis. And on several occasions we've seen a situation where we have a new crisis again, and then they ask, oh, how did this happen? How were we not prepared for this? For example, when we started to prepare our report, then this was 6 months before the war in the Ukraine, and we actually received guidelines not to observe military conflicts because they are not likely to happen anyway. And then 6 months later, we had to rewrite the report. So a crisis is when we are ready for a crisis, as someone said before, then it's not crisis. So it always has something unexpected. How could this now happen? And what does science say about this? Can we predict all crises? Can we predict dangers and then not be surprised afterwards? Probably not. And UN has a danger registry composed by Virginia Murray, which includes 4,000 different possible threats and the risk levels of what could possibly happen. It's interesting to see as a doomsday literature to read before going to bed at night. And most of these threats and risks are very unlikely, maybe 1 to 1,000. But if we look at the cumulative possibility that if you have 1,000 risks and each risk is 1 to 1,000, then the likelihood that one of these risks will come to life in a short time is actually quite high. It's 0.5 or something. So one thing that even science, I wouldn't say perhaps statistics, mathematics, but these small likelihood, large impact events, we never know which risk will happen, but we know some of those very small risks with small likelihood will actually come to life at some point, and we need to be ready for it. So how can we be ready for something that we are not aware of? Luckily, many risks and crises have common parts. They could be caused by different things, but we can also learn from the previous crisis. So even if the previous crisis was completely different, it has some common features with the next one. So if you think of a crisis like you haven't thought about, for example, if you we have a sunstorm, a solar storm in Estonia, who has thought about that? We have one person at least. But what happens? It's a very strong electromagnetic impulse, so electricity supply will be down. But if there's no electricity, then we know what to do. We're prepared for it. We have electricity generators and etc., etc. So the common part with the completely unknown risk is there. There are things that we're familiar with and what we need to do. How to have pop-up emergency tents or hospitals, field hospitals, transportation, logistics, communication, evacuation of large amounts of people, regardless of the risk. We need to do that anyway, so we can prepare for unknown risks, at least to a certain extent. And what science also says about crisis is that the panel has already discussed it, and some speakers have also highlighted this, that the risks are more frequent. And we also know that crises have a tendency to escalate compared to previous, and there are specific reasons for it. One of the reasons is that we are more connected in the world with more connections than before. Just the likelihood that a crisis would escalate quickly is also much greater. So the future crisis example or indicator is that they are cross-domain and they're cross-border compared to before. And this means that if crises are more cross-domain and cross-border, then the logical conclusion is that in order to manage crises and prepare for them, then that also needs to be cross-domain and cross-border from the very beginning.
Hästi palju, peaaegu kõik senised
Nearly all speakers have mentioned the importance of cross-sectoral cooperation, and it is true, we need it more than ever before. Cooperation is something that we sometimes come together and say we need, but then we all go back to our work and we don't actually do anything. But cooperation is about operation. It is about hard work. It's not easy to go and knock on somebody's door and say that, look, a crisis might come at any point, we need to do something together. It's easier to just stay on our own. Therefore, we must appreciate how important it is to take action and how difficult it is and how much effort is required, because there is so much more risk of escalation than there was some years ago. A PhD thesis was defended on cyber threats a few days ago at the University of Technology of Tallinn. Considering we are such a small country, Estonia is doing well in the context of cyber threats, and we are also very much prepared for cyber crisis. But what else did this PhD thesis demonstrate? It demonstrated that it's not enough if computers communicate between each other. People have to also communicate. It's not enough to have an e-state where computers are well connected. We need people to come together to exchange experience, to brainstorm, to share responsibility. You need human contact. The University of Technology focuses on technology, but the PhD candidate found that at the end of the day, what you need is people. After years of research, communication across institutions is difficult, and this is the case everywhere, not only in Estonia. Countries are based on hierarchies. There are responsibility sectors and different hierarchies of how and what should be managed. In case of a crisis, this hierarchy can cause a lot of time wasted, and sometimes if there is no good monitoring, people can work against each other without even realizing it. So at the state level, we need to have more horizontal platforms where people in different authorities and institutions can communicate amongst themselves. And it's not only something we should do when a crisis strikes, but beforehand as well. You need to always be sure you know who to call when and if anything happens. Another very important aspect is international communication, apart from the communication between authorities. Small countries in specifically run out of capacity if there is a major crisis and they need international protection. But Estonia is not a small country. Estonia is a very small country. It's very likely that our capacity will run out at some point, and international help is important. I'm very glad that Hans Das mentioned the European Civil Protection Mechanism. The report shows that we have done things right. We have changed our models, carried out risk analyses, and done something better each time. And at the moment, at the European level, they are reacting fast enough to solve even urgent crisis. So how could Estonia use this mechanism better? First of all, we should be more aware of this. In Sweden, in 2014, there were major forest fires. Do you know what the Swedish firefighters didn't know? They didn't know that the European Civil Protection Mechanism existed. They didn't know there was a phone line they could call to ask for help. We could agree that we would not make such mistake, that we would know there is a helpline. Data has also been mentioned by former speakers. Data is crucial in order to understand the situation, to carry out modeling. Data collection is major work, and our own data is often not enough. We need international data to analyze. For that, we have data collections, we have services such as emergency management services, Copernicus. You can call them, you can ask for information. You don't just get satellite images, they will actually give you the specific number of cars that are blocked on a highway. This is a capacity that Estonia can build for itself, but quite often it can end up being too hectic. We don't have enough resources. It doesn't end up being sustainable. So I would say we would do better to tap into large data collections properly. And maritime safety services also are another source for information, for instance. When preparing for crises, the last conclusive idea is the following. I sometimes introduce our report at the European level, and the crisis management expert asked me. He said that for small countries there are very few recommendations. Make friends, make friends, make friends. This is the most important thing for us. Thank you, Urmas, and I have finished just on time. Thank you, Maria. A round of applause. When you said that there should be a connecting platform, what is it that you would like to see here? Our daily concerns are at our focus, and unless there is an exercise situation, we don't think about what the communication platforms could be. What works in your opinion and from your experience? We've got hierarchical systems, and if we create some nodes where information always comes together. For instance, if you want a good example, the European Emergency Response Center presented by Hans Das is somewhere where information is put together and then distributed. It's within the European Commission, but it's not stuck somewhere between different authorities in a limbo somewhere. Something else that I can see is that at Vice Chancellor's level there should be equal platforms where information can be shared even in peacetime. You all know that getting ready for a crisis is much better than solving it. An averted crisis is the best crisis. Having worked on these topics, we've also heard about AI from the previous presentation. Where do you foresee that we could find help for crisis resolution in the near future, considering the changing times that we are living in? Indeed, Harald quite briefly mentioned how much modeling can help us. So, should we think of it as weather forecast, crisis forecast? Is that so? Absolutely. But we should also remember that it's not something we can do on our lap. We need massive amounts of data and computing capacity. And all of this data exists at European level. There are projects that allow making even a twin of the Earth and carry out different modeling. We need to know about these systems and participate in them as well. Going back to Mr. Das's presentation, climate change data is probably sufficient in order to start forecasting possible scenarios, as long as we are able to accept them. I think we're doing this better and better, and I think AI is more of a possibility than a threat when it comes to managing crisis and forecasting them. A brief comment: the European civil protection mechanism is a network where Estonia has been a part of for many years, and Swedes also did know about this, but it was not yet prepared for such quick responses. But of course, maybe the phone number was not properly shared at that time. I am very glad that Estonians are present in these networks. Thank you. And now we have allowed the first part of the day to go 12 minutes over time, but now it means that we are even better prepared for lunchtime. Please come back by 2 o'clock or 2:05 at the very latest.
And we are back here. Greetings to everyone who have rejoined us through a screen as well and are ready for the second part of the day. As we have already said on several occasions, for 30 years the Academy of Security Sciences has contributed to the awareness of safety in Estonia and in aiding, supporting the society. And within these 30 years, we've had emotions, we've had fears, we have caution, but what we have now been dealing with for the last couple of years, no one would have dared or wanted to admit. So our following speakers are here from the Ukraine, and we have Alexander Vasichenko from the Chernihiv district, who is representing the local police. And we also have Rostislav here, who is the interpreter. Alexander will have the speech in Ukrainian. But before we start with the presentation here, we have actually reason to give an applause to all the men from the Ukraine that Alexander has brought.
Користуючись нагодою, хотілося б поділитися з вами досвідом виконання службових обов'язків в умовах воєнного стану.
Kasutades võimalust, soovin teiega
I would like to share the duties of being a policeman in a situation of war.
Оборони Чернігова.
Alustuseks.
I would show you, for starters, a video from police officers work in Chernihiv.
Та основних функціях, які поліцейські виконували під час активних бойових дій на території Чернігівщини та після її деокупації.
After that, I will talk about the occupation, the chronology of the occupants' attack and the main task that the police were doing during active war and after the deoccupation of the area.
Літак, який скидував бомби, такі як ФАБ-500 в районі районної лікарні, Чернігівського районного відділку поліції. Саме в цьому приміщенні знаходився ворожий пілот. Тут він заховався, та була так дверцята привідкрита.
Переправляю.
Так би я з кожною сволотою, як піде на українську землю з війною.
Ворог відступає. Ми сьогодні перший день проводимо поліцейську спецоперацію. Доброго дня. Добрий день. Довезли, да, гуманітарку? Все нормально? Так? Ну, слава Богу, добре. Ну що, як я вас радий бачити?
Як я вас рада бачити.
Захищаємо нашу батьківщину.
Дякую. Тепер я коротко розповім про вторгнення на Чернігівщину.
Now we will talk briefly about the Chernihiv district attack on the intrusion of the Chernihiv district. Unfortunately, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia also acquired 220 kilometers of the border, and with the satellite with Belarus, 232 kilometers of joint borderline. And Chernihiv district was the first, or one of the first, who was able to see the enemy.
20 з ударів росіян по прикордонних заставах, аеродрому Державної служби з надзвичайних ситуацій. Внаслідок атаки загинув наш поліцейський та начальному корпусі першої бригади.
The attack on the Chernihiv district started at 4:20 in the morning. Russia, with Russian attacks to border side and on emergency services and the airfield. And a police officer of ours was killed in the attack. It was also the training class of the 1st tank brigade that was attacked.
Рібки, Городню, Сновськ, Семенівку, Новгород-Сіверський та впритул підходять до обласного центру.
By midday of the 24th of February, the Russians were already in our border down in Rybki, Horodny, Snovsk, Semenivka, Novgorod, Siversky. They had and were already approaching the district centers. At the same time, other troops were moving towards neighboring areas and past them. From the 25th of February, the Russians intensify their defense and their attempts to enter Chernihiv and start to organize air and missile attacks on the city center by destroying civil structures. As of 1st of March, the enemy was able to block Chernihiv from west and southwest, but the blockade continues. For a month and a half, the Russian troops kept entering the city, and they surrounded it from all the main directions, first from west and then later on from south. And the night between 22nd to 23rd of March, during the Chernihiv battle, the Russian aviation bombed a bridge over the Desna River, and Chernihiv was in an active military war zone. But by the 2nd of April, the opposition troops, due to our coordinated activity of our defense forces, the enemy was able to fulfill its, not fulfill its goals and back out from the territories of Kiev and Chernihiv. On the 6th of April, the Chernihiv district was fully freed. During that time, the occupants managed to do a lot of suffering to the local residents. The enemy injured 1,700 people, 615 were injured and 400 died. Unfortunately, 22 children were among the dead, and as a result of the shooting, 89 people died, including those evacuating in their vehicles. Seven 710 high-rise buildings were destroyed, 1,800 private houses, 34 medical and 29 administrative and 34 educational institutions, 44 cultural objects and 11 religious dwellings. One of the examples of the cruel behavior of the occupants with the civilians was their crime in the village in Chernihiv. Between the 2nd to the 31st of March, the Russian Federation military kept over 350 locals in the basement of a local school, including 73 children and 5 babies. The conditions, the sanitary conditions, and not having enough space and access to air, food, water. 10 elderly people died, 7 people were tortured and shot. 180 houses in the settlement were damaged.
majaa.
16 houses were completely destroyed. Having told you about the chronology of the attack, I would like to move on to the practical tasks of our police officers.
Перебування Чернігова в оперативному оточенні, коли в місті були відсутні тепло, газо-, водо- та електропостачання і зв'язок, поліцейські Чернігівщини продовжували нести службу у режимі 24/7 та виконували завдання територіальної оборони і здійснювали заходи правового режиму воєнного стану.
Even in the midst of active aggression and Chernihiv being surrounded, when there was no heat, gas, water, electricity and communications in the town, then the Chernihiv district police fulfilled their territorial defense tasks 24/7. Mostly police officers who organized the reception and responding to citizens' requests. They combated sabotage and intelligent groups. They prevented and suppressed looting. They provided public safety and order. They served at checkpoints. They evacuated civilians and escorted humanitarian aid. They assisted citizens in difficult living conditions. They documented all the facts of shelling. They assisted in eliminating the consequences of shelling. They neutralized and secured explosive devices and ammunition. In addition to main functions, the police with other defense forces was involved in battle duties. On the 28th of February, the police received the following tasks. They had to prevent Kiemka village district to stop the enemy from intruding from Kievka village. While fulfilling those tasks, our police officers with civilians were being shot at. Unfortunately, 4 of our special unit police officers were killed and 17 injured. I will briefly cover all the above mentioned functions. On the 26th of February, UMB was police forces were programs were installed in the Chernihiv district and workstations with an internet connection. On the 28th of February, telecommunications cabling was damaged after another shelling, after which the hardware and software complex started to cease to function, including all the emergency lines, including first responders and fire, were unattainable. In order to organize police work, citizens' mobiles were used to handle calls.
Представників обласної військової адміністрації, територіальної оборони тощо.
Information about mobile phone numbers that the police received messages to the police were shared among the locals in every possible way, in social media, through text messages, mass media, local government organizations.
На які надходила велика кількість звернень громадян, в тому числі з-за кордону.
And they also created the Telegram channel Chernihiv 102, which had a lot of requests, including from abroad. At the same time, quickly efficient communication with emergency services was restored, and communal services or utility services center of the town. Including organization of in the basement of the National Police Services, an emergency in service, including with civil servants. On the 5th of March, the telephone line 102 was restored, the work of it, the functioning. The police also participated in the enemy's sabotage and intelligence group work. During filtration methods, they took the proceeding. They started proceedings over 100 suspicious people.
У тому числі 3 осіб, які підозрювались у диверсійно-розвідувальній діяльності.
Контроль.
The results of the check show that 3 persons who were suspected of espionage were transferred. The police continued searches and operative measures. Four murders were solved as part of this search, as well as 4 cases of maraudership.
Ära hoitud 156 marodöörlust.
And 156 were prevented.
У місцях масового скупчення людей.
Politsei tagas avaliku turvalisuse.
The police ensured public order and safety in places of gathering,
Läheduses.
such as near food shops, banks, post offices, healthcare facilities, and so on. Unfortunately, the enemy did still fired at and bombed places where people were gathering. On the 16th of March, Russian forces shot at people queuing for bread, and 18 people were killed.
Контрольно-пропускних пунктів, блокпостів на території міста Чернігова.
Lisaks tagas politsei Tšernigivi territooriumil 11.
Furthermore, 11 control checkpoints were installed at the Chernihiv region.
Kokku oli kontroll.
In total, 213 policemen were working in the checkpoints. They carried out the checking of documents. They checked the injured people. They checked people collaborating with the enemy forces and conducted other activities. At the same time, the policemen actively took part in the evacuation of civilians. First, women with children, the elderly and heavily injured individuals were evacuated. This was done first using cars and buses, but after the bridge was blown up, even by boats. The Chernihiv regional police also supported the humanitarian columns and helped to deliver essentials to civilians. Tasked by the regional military center, medications, food and water were delivered to people in the region. In these difficult times, the police paid special attention to people who had ended up in difficult living situations. There were visits carried out to places where children and the elderly lived. Food and water was delivered to people in bomb shelters. After bombing, the police inspected the destruction caused on the sites and assisted in cleaning up these areas. The police also took dead bodies directly to the morgue. There they also oversaw 24-hour basis the identification activities and burials. The police collected all the information about those who had perished in order to inform their families. During periods of active warfare in the Chernihiv region, there were daily bombings, shellings, and missile attacks. Some explosive devices fell without exploding and ended up in residents' gardens. Police officials neutralized unexploded explosive devices and offered extra protection to the people affected. The documentation of war crimes and damage caused. After the end of the active warfare period, stabilization methods were applied in Chernihiv region. Our main tasks included documentation of war crimes and removal of explosive devices and mines. We also started an interactive online map about the villages that had been temporarily occupied by Russian forces. This map shows the police work during the documentation of war crimes and reporting of damages caused. The interactive online map shows which crimes were carried out in each of the regions. Our policemen analyzed 163 municipalities that had received damage, and they checked 21,000 landmarks, residential buildings and other facilities. During the demining of the territory, police confiscated about 12,000 units of ammunition. And they seized 11,769 explosive materials. One of the priorities of the police today is revealing the crimes that have taken place in the Chernihiv region. In order to document crimes, the police is cooperating with the local residents. According to the National Security Investigation, 1,267 criminal proceedings related to the military aggression of Russia have been investigated. Ukraine's territorial territory has seen 216 cases which are currently under investigation, cases of war crimes. And 16 Russian soldiers have been notified of suspicion. 8 crimes have been transmitted to court against Russian soldiers. Social networks are being monitored, as well as photo materials, in order to analyze who was out of the individuals in the region were part of the Russian military. To solve these crimes, the criminal police of the region is using the latest methods, analyzing crimes using IT solutions, and using the help of ally states. Thanks to this, about 13,000 soldiers with Russian citizenship have been identified as military personnel out of those present in the Chernihiv region. Dear colleagues, to conclude, I would like to thank Estonian police officers for the help given to us and for the help that they are still offering us. My special thanks goes out to the South Region police officers who bought and gave us medical tourniquets, helicopters, video and IT technology, and tablets that we use for our operations and for monitoring. And these were things that the Southern Regional Police bought with their own money and donated to Ukraine. I would like to invite Vallo Koppel from the South Prefecture to accept thanks from the representative of Ukrainian police and from all of us. I serve Estonian people and Ukrainian people.
Дякую за увагу.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Alexander Alichenko from the Chernihiv region and a colonel. And now I hope that the cooperation between us will continue into the future as well. Thank you for this presentation that reflected the realities of Chernihiv today. Now I would like to give the floor to Jussi Korhonen, Director of the Civil Emergency Preparedness from the Ministry of Interior of Finland, who will talk about whether war in Ukraine and accession to NATO brought changes to civil protection in Finland.
Very dramatic. Dear organizers and attendees of the conference, tere päevast. Ma ei räägi eesti keelt, so unfortunately I have to have my presentation in English. It's my pleasure and honor to be able to attend this conference and share some thoughts arising from my daily work. My unit at the Department for Rescue Services in the Finnish Ministry of Interior is responsible for national civil defense guidance and steering of the regional actors, national civil defense preparedness planning, national coordination of regional preparedness, and also other preparedness-related activities. The actual topic of my presentation is, of course, quite complicated. It has multiple levels in it, but I will do my best to squeeze it in 15 to 20 minutes, and I will stay at the general level, only characterizing the several issues, not going very deep into the details. Undeniably, both Russia's attack and NATO membership of Finland have already and will bring changes to Finnish civil protection. And actually, Russia's attack and show of ruthless power politics was an important driver of giving the final push for Finnish accession to NATO. And thus, in itself, it was a cause for a very great change in Finnish security and foreign policy. However, one could say that NATO accession has not yet had any major impact on civil protection, at least on the national operational level. We deal with the same partners, same authorities, same municipalities, same counties, same ministries, and we don't see a big difference yet. But Finland, as of course other countries in Europe, if not the whole world, has now totally new kind of operational security environment that it used to have a few years ago. But still, I dare to say that the risk landscape is now somewhat similar than in, for example, 5 years ago. If you look at from the viewpoint of Finnish national risk assessment, there's a picture from our latest national risk assessment that was published February this year. And if you compare the risk assessment to the one compiled in 2018, it looks pretty similar. And I was the head of the working group for assessing Finnish national risks, and in 2018 I was the co-chair of the working group. And we had a lot of discussion, what has changed, what has not changed. Our risk assessment is event-based risk assessment. It's not a prediction of future, it's about possible events that could happen in Finland and threat Finnish national interests. As you can see, use of military force has been one of the cornerstone of Finnish civil protection, rescue services, and as we Finland call it, civil defense. The main thing has been that whilst the threat of armed attack against Finland cannot be ruled out, Finland will uphold its capability to protect the civilian population and important functions of civil society. So I tried to characterize the main changes we have had in last 2 years. First of all, public attitudes have changed. Actually, attitudes towards emergency services or towards public services in Finland generally have always been relatively high. And for few last years, rescue services has been in top 3 of the most trusted public organizations in Finland. Last year, after the beginning of Russia's attack, we in the ministry and regional rescue departments received probably hundreds, maybe thousands of worried citizen inquiries concerning civil defense shelters, evacuation preparedness, alerting system, etc. During good and peaceful times, people had, so to say, forgot the basic knowledge and the importance of civil defense capabilities. Now, majority of people, 9 out of 10 in Finland, think that these are very important as assets of safety and security. That's according to a recent survey report that was published this year. So this has changed a lot. The same goes with the political climate. Politicians had probably, some of them had forgot about everything about the civil defense. Despite the identified and assessed risks, we have been struggling for years to get reasonable amount of resources in our budgetary system to assess, maintain and develop our system's capabilities and assets. But last than this year, we have got some new personnel at least to take care of national preparedness planning, etc. At the same time, though, this year, for example, the state of Finnish public finances has gotten a bit darker, and we still have quite a lot of development needs in our civil protection system. We have had a new government since June, and the new government program includes some policy changes on civil protection and civil defense. Some extracts that highlight the civil protection from new Finnish government program. It says, changes in Finland's security environment, changes in the structure of society, technological advances, and adaptation to climate change and extreme weather phenomena require the development and strengthening of the rescue and emergency response center system. It says also that the government sees rescue services and emergency response centers as key internal security services, which also play an important role in serious disruptions in normal conditions and in state of emergencies. It also says that civil defense will be strengthened, for example, by reforming the regulation on preparedness for civil defense and by developing the organization of civil defense work. One big change, of course, is the national adaptation process to NATO-linked processes. We have had companionship with NATO, but full membership it requires some adaptation to processes and to structures in NATO, and that is still ongoing and not even nearly finished. One change, very practical change in Finnish civil protection has been the volume of civil protection and humanitarian in-kind assistance given abroad during last 20 months. It has required us to change our own processes and to add personnel, since the national coordination is done in the Ministry of Interior. As we have heard today, the amount of in-kind assistance, civil protection experts going around the world, mostly to Ukraine, has been an enormous task at the European level. We have been doing a lot in the Ministry of Interior and in the rescue services of Finland during last few years, but some things don't change, and that's the basic setup for Finnish civil protection and civil defense. It hasn't changed. All these elements, they require a lot of collaboration and cooperation with different authorities, civic organization, business life, individuals, and this all is done according to the Finnish concept of comprehensive security. That means together. If you look those elements, in my opinion, you cannot overemphasize the importance of self-preparedness. We have heard similar statements today already. But the proper level of self-preparedness of the individuals, households, business facilities, public institutions such as schools, hospitals, etc. That is one of the key elements of protection of civilians and civil defense. We have different means also. We rely on voluntary moving to safer areas if needed. We have a system for evacuation. At the moment, we are revising our national guideline for planning and execution of evacuations in wartime or in times of threat of war. Finland has more than 1,300 kilometers of land border with Russia. Thus, that requires quite a lot of potential evacuees also, though the border area is quite sparsely populated in northern and eastern part of Finland, but still the need for evacuation preparedness does not limit to border areas. We have to take care of preparedness planning in inland, inner Finland also. There might be some targets also. That requires a lot of coordination in planning, and rescue services in Finland is responsible for evacuation planning coordination. It's done with municipalities. They have a very important role providing, for example, the premises for evacuees. And also a lot of cooperation with social and health services. In the beginning of this year, Finland moved to a county-based system on rescue services, social and health services, and that has changed a bit the planning structures in Finland. In case of emergencies, we can also protect the civilian people by sheltering in place indoors or in temporary shelters, but we have quite good system of civil defense shelters in Finland. We have both public shelters and private shelters that are owned by regular apartment buildings, workplaces, commercial and public buildings, such as schools, hospitals, offices, and so on. Monitoring, alarming, alerting, we have also pretty good systems. We have quite good coverage of siren system, TV and radio warning broadcast system, and 112 app for alerting the people. There's still room for developing them anyways. One of the key assets that we are a bit worried is the multi-role and skilled regional rescue departments and their operational capabilities. We have we don't have too many. We don't have enough firefighters. We have to increase the amount of firefighters pretty much in the next 5 years or 10 years. And some of them, those regional rescue departments, they lack quite a lot of material, and we are planning and working out how to provide the needed equipment. Last year, we launched a study project on civil defense and civil defense shelters. Quite a big study project. It has been running from the end of last year and is now in a conclusion phase. The study consisted of 2 different study projects or sub-projects. Their aim was to examine the state of civil defense shelters in Finland and development needs and also to examine cross-sectorally the overall state of preparedness in other civil defense operational tasks. The report on shelters was published in August, and the other report will be published, I hope, in this month. At the same time, we have been running this study project, we have been collecting and gathering information on other sources to a little bit more than a month ago, we made a field visit to Ukraine that was hosted by the State Emergency Services of Ukraine, and it was an eye-opening visit to Ukraine, and we got a lot of new viewpoints for Finnish civil protection also. We have been studying other reports and studies concerning the role of civil protection and rescue services in Ukraine. To mention, Swedish FOI and MSB has published quite recent reports which are very useful for Finnish purposes also. We have, as part of our regular oversight and steering activities, collected additional information and assessments from the regional rescue departments and their operational civil defense capabilities. Next, I'm going to present some of the findings in all of these efforts. At the moment, Finland has around 50,500 civil defense shelters with space for 4.8 million people. We have 5.5 million inhabitants in Finland. As you can see on the map, they are not evenly distributed in Finland. That's because until '91 there was so-called protective sites or areas that needed to build civil defense shelters. After that, the whole country has had the same standards and same regulation building new shelters. So if new apartment building floor space exceeds 1,200 square meters, it has to build a shelter. So we are building all the time new shelters. These shelters, these modern shelters that have been built after the 70s, we call them modern shelters, and they have air conditioning, air filtering systems, and the technical requirements are pretty much up to date. 80%, more than 80% of these 50,500 shelters are called modern shelters. Surely there's also need for improvement regarding the technical condition and the geographical coverage of shelters, but as I said, the findings were quite positive, even a bit better than we thought. Some of the other identified development needs, there's a lot of them. This is not a summary of the things we lack. I cannot go into very detailed in this conference. We don't have enough time, but probably you as experts, you recognize many of them and already are quite familiar with most of these. Some of them need more serious thinking, planning, also new financing, maybe new legislation also, and building up the capabilities. Some less, I would say only tweaking of the system a bit. Thing I would like to emphasize that these are not solely problems or issues that can be solved or improved by national or regional authorities. We have to engage the broad international cooperation between neighboring countries such as Estonia, Sweden, Norway. For example, the operational cross-border planning exercises, we have to do it more. And we as a Finland, we have to be active on that. the development needs engagement with individuals and local communities, municipalities, and volunteer organizations, and they have to be empowered to bear their own responsibilities to the fullest extent. Few things I would like to point out from this slide. The public awareness of the population regarding to the civil defense, we have to improve that. We have to improve the individual skills and knowledge. The role of communication is critical on this. We will continue civil defense shelter building now and in the future. We have to revise our tactics on rescue operations when it comes to armed attacks or armed conflicts. We don't have the proper civilian EOD or demining system in Finland. That is one thing we have to think very seriously. We are currently running a revision of Emergency Powers Act in Finland. It has provisions on civil defense emergency powers, and we will take these latest conflicts in account when revising that. At the end of this year, or maybe in the beginning of next year, we will start revising our Rescue Act, which concerns the preparedness for civil defense, and that's one possibility to improve the system. Our resources and capabilities are quite limited, as we have heard, and national and European level, we have to do more to ensure the material side of preparedness, and also practice the request and receivance of assistance abroad. So this is Finnish progress in a nutshell. Thank you.
Nii palju siis.
We still have some time.
So one question, and a quick one. That, you described that public attitude has changed in one slide. How is it visible? How would you know that this attitude is changed?
Yeah, we have this system of doing these surveys. There are security attitudes survey, and the lowest level of regarding to civil defense and its importance. The lowest level was 2014. Only 40% of Finnish population thought that it's important. And now the latest survey says that 9 out of 10 think that civil defense shelters, evacuation planning and preparedness is important. So we constantly do surveys. And that's
numbers are better, but still you have to say that same time individual skills and knowledge must be still improved. Yeah. This has not happened yet. Why?
As I told, there was a long peaceful time. As a kid, I played in my shelter in my apartment building. We know that there's shelters, there's evacuation planning, but we don't know how they are being executed, and for example, the evacuation, how to use the shelter properly, and we have to improve those skills and knowledge. Wow. What is the responsibility of different authorities? What is the responsibility of individuals? What is the responsibility of the institution or agency?
We have here in Estonia a lot of talks about all the Finland has those shelters and they have no problems with that, and any case of emergency they will use them, and we here in Estonia are not so good situation. You're describing that it's also same time problem in Finland.
Yeah, no, well, not not the same kind of problem with shelters. You have problem with your ground.
Attitude, yes.
It's not easy to build shelters, but the surveys also say that middle-aged people in Finland, they know how to prepare. They have best preparedness. Younger generations don't have. Older generations, they probably can't find information from the internet or any other electrical sources.
Kiitos, Jussi.
Aitäh.
Yeah, let's do it this way. Ja, Jussi Korhonen on siis Soome Siseministeeriumi päästeosakonna elanikkonnakaitseüksuse juht oli teie ees. Aga nüüd toome loo Saksamaalt.
This was Jussi Korhonen from Finland. But now let's move on to Germany. We will hear from Tiina Ristimäe, who is a coordinator of EU projects. And she works at the German Federal Agency for Technical Relief. Tiina, the floor is yours.
Ja, tere päevast.
Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here and speak about my work in my mother tongue. We will come back to science that we already touched upon this morning. My goal today is to motivate us as practitioners of civil protection to take further part in research to contribute towards innovation, and this will all make us more prepared for crises. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me today. And before I talk about research projects and possibilities of participation, I want to also talk about the organization where I work. It's not just any other rescue organization as we think of them in Estonian. We do everything except firefighting, both at local and international levels. It's an organization that is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and it has been active since 1950, so more than 70 years. The aim is to be different from civil defense or military defense. What makes us stand out in Germany and in the rest of the world is that all our rescuers are volunteers. In addition, we have about 2,000 paid staff members. Volunteering in Germany is not like volunteering in Estonia. If there is a call and this volunteer reacts to an event, they do not lose out on their pay, and there is legislation that says that employers must allow volunteer rescuers to take part in rescue work, and they will get paid for that. Our trainings are very standardized, so is our equipment and our tactics. All these 83,000 volunteers have the same trainings and preparation. So if someone from the north of Germany has to work with someone from the east of Germany, they have a uniform understanding of what must be done. This is not the case for firefighting in Germany, and it has caused a number of problems. Our activities are regulated by the law, and These stipulate in which situation we must react. So an ordinary citizen cannot call us, but the police, in case they need help in a major disaster, they can contact us, or if a local government needs to get help transporting large trees that have fallen down in a storm. One important thing is that we cannot threaten private companies. So, for example, in case of cleaning up after a storm, the local government has to first contact a private company if there is one that offers the same service, and only then us if there is no other option. Research projects are something we've been part of since 2014. Over time, this became more widespread, and now we even have a research and innovation department where I work. I live and work in Germany, in Bonn, where our headquarters are. I've worked in THW since 2016, and in the innovation department since 2018. I work with international research and development projects. I am in charge of a small team in our department, and I've just started coordinating an EU project in September as well. I also offer counseling in the European Commission, developing new programs and sharing the practitioners' view for the development of political projects. I am also a vice president of the international organization IFAFRI. Regarding civil protection in Germany, this is also different compared to Estonia. It is mostly the responsibility of the local government, just like in Estonia, but the responsibility is often delegated to volunteer organizations such as THW, the Red Cross, the Fire Brigade. So these are so-called white organizations that offer the service to local governments. One of the important recent events that affected the question of civil protection in Germany was a flood in the Ari region, the Ari River region. It's a very small river, more like a stream, but during the flood it became an 8-meter deep, aggressive, fast-flowing river. More than 400 people were killed. This catastrophe demonstrated the fact that civil protection is not at the level that it was believed to be. Information is not being properly exchanged, and leaders of local governments who should be responsible for people's safety do not have suitable training. There was limited spread of information, and people literally got their first notifications about the threat when water had already entered their homes, and this is the reason why so many people got killed. In the reaction phase, there were also no proper agreements. Whilst helicopters were delivering first aid materials, drones were also mapping the situation, so that caused an air traffic threat. Every crisis gives an impulse towards change, and this is also what happened in Germany. An analysis was carried out for what needed to be changed, and a plan with 4 items was developed. The main idea was about better exchange of information and better training. Today we can see that the budget for 2014 will not cover this crisis plan, but So we must say that there is no crisis. Some first steps have been taken, but there is still major investments that are needed. So who protects us? Just like in Estonia, in Germany as well, the state is expected to ensure the safety of people. And it's not only about general safety, but also the safety of food, for instance. In Germany, people do not trust the state, and they feel that the state is not coping with their responsibilities. This trust towards the state has even gone down. It was much higher during the COVID pandemic. There are also major issues related to migration and education policy and decisions. And a recent observation is that about a month and a half or 2 months ago, I started to notice that coping was not very good in terms of migration. There was no transport, no where to host the people, and I kept hearing it from different sources. These were public broadcasting sources, so they were trusted sources, and both printed media and other types of media. It made me think that migration was a very sensitive topic in Germany, and no official would publicly admit that they cannot deal with the situation. So I was wondering if the situation was really so bad that they are finally talking about it. So I was shocked. I wondered what had happened, if there was a new wave of migrants. This news kept coming up a lot, and we discussed it with colleagues. It was an odd situation, and then I accidentally happened to listen to an analysis by a journalist who said that some parties are very refined in their propaganda. We've all heard about how Germany is not coping with migration right now. That shocked me, because I felt that I had let myself be brainwashed. I trusted this source and this news, and it felt like other people did the same. But could it have been just propaganda? I don't know. I don't know if anybody actually knows the answer. But the fact is that last weekend, during German elections, the right extremist party got the best result ever in history. So these changes in the society at political level are also an element that must be considered. Today we've heard about people's own responsibility and preparedness. Germans in general are prepared. Historically, they always keep their food reserves at home, as well as drink reserves, drinking water. Perhaps it's because shops are not always open, so you can't just pop into a shop late in the evening. You need to have some reserves. But I have not seen the state informing people about it. Perhaps it's something that comes from home. Then again, there are also some extremes. In Japan, for instance, if the state is unable to provide
samamoodi kui matkarada on Fuji mäele on
safety people in the beach is closed, or in the mountains, if there is no security, the people cannot go to the mountain. Or in the US, people have taken their defense on their own shoulders, and they think they need to have a gun in order to protect themselves. These are extreme examples which we don't want to get to. But in Europe, we tend to feel that the state should be responsible for us. Then again, do we want to get in a position where Japan is, where the state is solely responsible and then imposes bans as a result? So, what are the problems that we need defense from? As I mentioned, civil protection is largely based on voluntary work. Currently, this is a sustainable system and there is no need to worry. But how strong will it be in 25 years? Taking into account the megatrends, urbanization, migration, the development of technology, should we make any decisions today knowing what the megatrends are? And how should we know what the actual trends are? A practical example from my organization, which again requires making decisions. Our car fleet is quite old and needs renewing. But whatever decision is made today, such as buying diesel cars, it would mean that we will have these cars for the next 30 years. Do we want to choose another alternative? These are decisions we need to make today, but nobody wants to make the decision. And of course, the task of adapting to new threats, new possibilities, even if you take artificial intelligence. Of course, it gives us a lot of new opportunities, but also new threats that we don't even know what they are yet. Processing large amounts of data also takes a lot of energy. And the question is, if we have access to all this energy during a crisis. That leads me to research, which helps us define these questions and look for answers. How do we cope with changed expectations? People want us to be ready to react to today's crisis rapidly, but at the same time we need to get prepared for new crises. Civil organizations should be actively engaged in the process. Yes, researchers do their work, but they don't know exactly what the situation is in the crisis situation and what the problem is which we are trying to address using research and technology. What are these problems? What are our needs? That's very complicated questions. We have been looking for an answer to this at HW. This is an image of that nicely describes this kind of situation. First, a customer has to explain what they want, and then different parties understand it in different ways. And finally, we find out what the actual need is. It's not easy. In our organization, we've done it with rescuers, with the board as well. An example of rescuers is if we ask what their problems are after our training provision, they would say that their gloves are very unpractical. They want new gloves which can be used with smartphones. So that's like the new innovation that we should carry out using EU money. Or at the management level, what do we need? We need digitization. And if we ask what they mean by it, nobody can really explain what they mean. It's more like a buzzword, the solution for every problem, but what it actually means, we don't necessarily understand. There are scenarios which are unlikely, but if they do happen, they have a major impact, such as solar storms. If we talk to rescuers about these, it feels also theoretical. Do we need to work on this? Is this a priority we need to spend time on? So here we need practitioners' advice to understand what we can do if we don't have never-ending resources. Everybody likes a cat photo, so I found a couple of cat photos for you as well. These show that simple things aren't always so simple. We start from research and development, where we want to bring different stakeholders together, but then everyone wants a different thing. Everyone has their own vision. We need to first develop a common terminology, a common language. Another issue is that practitioners are engaged too late. For instance, if you look at the photos, we can see that there are 3 bowls. Please use them, but nobody knows how to use them or for what. The proposed solutions are often also difficult to use and unreasonably so. In the research sector, you are not allowed to make mistakes. If something doesn't work, nobody wants to talk about it, but I think this is as important as a research result as knowing what works well. One of the main issues is also that many of the ideas proposed are not carried through because there are no initiators. For instance, if you develop a rescue robot, but the project ends, the funding is stopped, who will then have to take over this project or this developed solution? This is a very common thing to happen. It's referred to as the valley of death of innovations through projects. But I'm here to motivate us, the practitioners, to deal with precisely these problems. There are very few practitioners in civil protection. We don't have the right experience. It's a bit of an unknown world for us, so we are afraid of it, but we can change the situation taking small steps. Firstly, by looking at what in our organization requires procurements. Then to analyze, is it just about my organization? Is it something at Estonian level, European level? Practitioners are very much welcome to join in developing EU science projects. As project coordinator, they ask me in which direction research need to develop. They want to know what the know-how is, and we can all contribute to this and be part of the decision where the money goes. On the practical side, being part of such activities means that you must be visible. This doesn't come overnight, but if you take this one step at a time, if you're active in networking, you will soon be engaged in research projects, or you might be able to start your own. And this is how you might start. So I would send the message that please go ahead. Estonia is an attractive partner for research. I am doing what I can to promote Estonia as well. Estonia is known as a digital country, a country with little bureaucracy. I don't know if this is really the case, but the opportunities are there, so please go and ask. You have my contact details, and I'll see you in the next projects. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Tiina. We are just very small in terms of bureaucracy, next to all large bureaucracies in the world. Compared to Germany, of course, there are not a lot of papers in Estonia. But it's all about whether you look at it from the inside or the outside. One question before we go on a break. You described the situation where suddenly there was a conflict because helicopters and drones were sharing the airspace and it wasn't working well. We understand very well there had never been a situation like this before. Drones hadn't been used so widely before. And in the second part of your presentation, you asked whether we can do it as a society. It seems to me that in a lot of situations, our development doesn't complement but adds to something. This means increased costs too. If you look at the rescue board's budget, yes, of course, all the new things are necessary, but money doesn't just appear from nowhere. How much have you thought about this question, and have you got any ideas about how to improve the situation? Is there anything where we could save resources, maintain the same costs, but increase the quality?
Väga hea küsimus, see on väga aktuaalne küsimus ja see on...
It's a very good question. It's a very topical question, and it's a very sensitive topic for the rescuers. If we are actually developing new technologies, robots, to mitigate the risks for rescue workers so that we wouldn't be in danger. And one effective solution is a dog, but or canine resources, but they cannot be used in every situation. A small robot, use that. Then the rescue workers are actually against that because they want their dog, they've trained the dog, but they don't trust the robot. It's a change in mindset that will take time, but it begins with the decision. Yes, we are going to move towards the number one priority, which is the rescue workers' safety, but in order to achieve that, you will use these and these technologies. And this will come in time because innovation and new technology is not old enough, so we could be talking about replacing something. It will take time, and then it's a question of deciding I'm not going to get any dog bowls anymore, and I'm not training dogs, but I'm actually going to get the robots. Thank you very much. I really liked that you said artificial intelligence, using the word art, which in German is the direct direction. Thank you very much. It was good to know. Dear friends, this all means that we have 8 minutes of a break.
Ja tere tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back to everyone who is still online. We have an hour and a half to go of our big first international conference, and the next hour and a bit will cover both the state views, local life. We're talking about different exercises and what we learned, and then we will also have a look at the scientific journal. But first, we will have Galina here. Galina Danilishina is the Vital Services Counselor at the State Chancellery, and how available they are. Hello everyone from me. My name is Galina Danilishina. I work for the state government as an advisor for vital services. A bit about the background, the continuity and of vital services and defense infrastructure has been my topic for many years, because from 2021, as part of regulating civil crisis, has gone over to the State Chancellery. And today I was asked to talk about how our vital service are doing, how continuous they are, and I've been thinking about how to open this topic. And I have gone back to 2014 to see the risk analysis, and I'd see how continuous those vital service providers have been. But perhaps a little bit about the risk environment of today. The risk environment has changed. There's a trend regarding extreme weather conditions, immigration, epidemics, and also the threat of war. And in the background, especially lately, it can be seen that the critical infrastructure, vital services are can be one of the targets. And perhaps this can best be seen with cyber incidents. So this is the statistics from 2021 from State Information Systems and last year's statistics. And we haven't managed to fit in any other statistics, but if we compare those two, then if 2020 we had cyber attacks that were targeted at service interruption of services, then this has increased every year from 10% to 12%. So it's doubled over the last 3 years. And if we're talking about extreme weather condition, I don't really have it here on the slides, but because the storms has been quite active over the last couple of days, then I have said that the first climate change analysis is from 2015, and by 2017 we had a strategy. And at that time, very few companies, especially vital services provider, took it as a serious risk, so that weather would be the thing that would take a lot of their services down. But today we see that it's quite common. If we look closely at vital services, then in 2009 versus 2017, then in 2017 we had a new regulation in the Estonian legislation, a new emergency act. And if we compare 2019, we had many vital services from electricity to postal services, many institutions organizing who coordinated and monitoring, but we didn't have a very clear methodological approach how one or the other service qualifies as vital, and we didn't have any specific continuity requirements that companies needed to have in certain types of crisis. And it was unclear for companies how to assess their risks. From 2017, we have had a reform in vital services. We only had 14 services. I will later show you what these services are. And also the companies organizing them was smaller, and we had a clear understanding what companies are vital, how we find them out, how we choose them. And we also had continuity requirements across services. So what service level we expect from companies in case of a risk or a danger, and what kind of preparedness do we expect. And also risk assessment became much more clearer. And vital services in Estonia are basic services that are vital for people's health and safety and companies' functioning. So these are the services without which none of the parties can cope. If one of these services fails, then we are and then the domino effect will kind of collapse. And as I said, now we have 14 of these services, so we're talking about the energy sector, electricity, land, gas, liquid fuels, communications, phone, data, EID is something that's very relevant for Estonians, so everything to do with authentication and digital signatures, roads, water, plumbing, remote heating, cash payment services, and emergency healthcare. So the functioning of hospitals and emergency health services. And what was the situation around 2017? What was the situation with the companies regarding their preparedness? We were highly dependent on data, electricity, and liquid fuels. We still are. It's kind of a known fact. I think many countries have identified the same, that these are the three main services that everyone is dependent on. And that could be this kind of a top three of services. However, what was interesting was that back then, very few vital services provider had generators or batteries or gas supplies or any kind of supplies. You can imagine that very few hospitals back then had a generator. It was kind of a rule rather than an exception. And at that time, if a bigger crisis would have taken place in 2017, then most likely all service would have been down within 12 hours. So this general preparedness of companies was weak. Companies often were not aware of their vulnerabilities. Quite a lot of business processes were optimized to a very thin level. They had disregarded various supplies or supply solutions. It was interesting that very little attention was paid on IT dependency. So those risks, cyber risks, weren't really thought through back then. And there wasn't an overview of your contractual partners, and there was a very narrow overview of risks from your own company's point of view. So they presumed if there was a power outage, then there definitely will be enough generators, and then the Defense League or the Rescue Board will bring you all the necessary fuels or water or generators. So that was the that was the interesting stances back then. But what has changed as of today? We have managed, thanks to the cooperation of many institutions and companies, we've reached the point that we can now actually say that generators in a company, in an infrastructure, is the norm. So autonomic electricity has become a norm. Copied data, fuel reserves, these are becoming more kind of normal part of supplies, and we have a network of autonomous petrol stations that where you can get access to liquid fuels and sell it without electricity. We also have a crisis petrol station network. I will tell you more about it later. And the risk awareness of companies has gone up, what could be a danger to us, and also the understanding how different services depend on each other, how companies are dependent on other companies. There are interesting solutions from the cooperation of different companies, and there's definitely more thought placed on how to act in different crises. But now some more details regarding electricity. The biggest change is that there's a clearer service restoration and limiting priorities. So if there's a cut in the services, how it will be limited, how it will be restored. Obviously, in the first category, there's imminent threat. This is care homes, hospitals. Second category is all other vital service providers, and etc. So in essence, the first who will remain without electricity is just a household consumer. In other respects, they'll try and keep up important functions. And now the fuels, if in 2017 it was the norm that if there was no electricity, then you wouldn't get access to fuels from a petrol station. Then by today, but the petrol station network is available on the web page. We have an autonomic electric petrol station which all have a generator. We have 100 of petrol stations which have plugs where you can switch a generator to. And in addition, this year we also have a network of crisis petrol stations where as priority only vital vehicles will receive petrol. And we also have a state fuel supply which is deriving from a European Union regulation. It needs to be for 90 days. We used to have less than 50 days, but over the years we have increased the supplies in the territory of Estonia. Regarding communications, there has been progress. The level has and the capabilities have increased to retain communications during power outages. It can be seen here that by 2022, according to the connection network types, it was 16 hours and 6 hours, and now next year, when we're talking about base stations, then if this capacity is 2 hours at the moment, then from next year it will be 3 to 6 hours. So these kind of agreements have been reached by the Ministry of Economy and Communication in cooperation with companies, and we've had some changes in national supplies and reserves. Then when we only had a liquid fuel stockpile, then pursuant to European Union directives that the Estonian Supply Center is in charge of, then by now we also have a national food reserve, a healthcare reserve, and they also focus on the 3 types of supplies and reserves. So in that respect, a lot of changes have been made. And as you can see, this change has been not only on the company's level, but also on the state level. So we have tried from the state side to organize the reserves and the whole concept of how preparedness for a crisis should look like. So we have 3 or many levels. We have the person themselves, we have the companies, we have the local governments, we have state institution, we have the state. So all these parties, according to our vision, contribute towards a better result. This is it from me. This is a short overview. I remained within my time limits, and I even have a couple of minutes to spare, so we can finish on time. Thank you. Perhaps the question is to do with the map on your slide. Perhaps not, if we move back with the slides to the next one, where we have what kind of reserves are present where. So this one. So with fuel reserves, there's interesting details. So for example, it's more difficult with aviation fuel. We have least reserves there, and then we have the question of how well have we managed to distribute, or are we ready to distribute these reserves, knowing that in the crisis situation, local governments and bigger institutions, hospitals are quite independent, or have to be independent based on their own knowledge. How far are we with this, just based on what you think? If we talk about fuel, then this will be divided pursuant to the retail networks. This is a kind of a principle that has been valid for years, and we are not planning to change. And therefore, we try to empower the petrol station more, because they are the main places where you can get this fuel. The only thing that you can simplify if we're talking about operative vehicles or vital vehicles, then we have a separate network where only they, based on their priority, will receive fuels. Then they don't have to compete with regular consumers. There's a question as well, actually being based on the same thing, how to the surveillance or monitoring of this continuity and this capabilities, because there's also private companies there who are obliged to distribute these reserves. And how will they perform during critical situation? How do you check whether they're able to do that? Yes, we do check that. Each company has their organizing institutions. If we come back to fuels, then it's our climate ministry field, so it's a documented and physical check. So we'll check the documents, we check the risk analysis that the company submits. And once every 2 years, we have exercises and trainings, both on a company level and on a ministry level with the companies where you can go through different crises. Thank you so much, Galina.
Ja, järgmisena palun teie ette.
Next, I'd like to give the floor to Ergo Tasuja, who is the head of the municipality of Hiiumaa Island. He will share the experience from Hiiumaa Island in the topic of the state and community and how they cooperate.
Ja, tere õhtust.
Good afternoon with windy greetings from Hiiumaa. The question is the state and community, who will help whom? I'd like to start with the quote here. I support the parish paying taxes and the parish must look after me. Why do I have to worry and make plans for crises? This question was asked during a community event where we talked about security. And I'm glad that the person asked the question because it helped us understand how far we have got to in terms of preparing for crises. A state is as strong as every village and as aware as every citizen. It's hard to get people to think about crises when people don't perceive danger. The saying goes that the one who is hungry always thinks about bread, but who is supposed to think about crises? Looking at the experience of our own parish and neighboring ones, I can say that a lot of municipalities have left crisis preparation on the borderline. There have been minimal investments into this sector. Now, more about Hiiumaa Island. We are lucky to be one municipal unit surrounded by the sea. And the fact that we're surrounded by the sea usually helps to limit crises. I've been related to this municipality since 2018. Previously, I worked as a teacher. At the beginning of the year 2018, when I started working in the municipality, we had a very low waters in the seas, and ship transport was blocked between mainland and the island. We were able to use the ship lines connected to the other larger island, because the most urgent questions were regarding food and other essentials. But the ship routes were reorganized in a very good way. Everything worked. Then again, it was not sustainable because going via Saaremaa Island added so much time and cost that Heltermaa-Virtsu line was opened. This worked as a temporary solution, however, and the sea levels came up higher again. Here we can see an image photo taken in early 2020 when islands were locked. So essentially a border was established within the country, and there were only some exceptions of who could cross over to the islands and who could not. It turned out that some transport was required, such as food transport, but also hearses for funerals need to have a chance to cross the sea. We started getting special permits. So there were 20 permits every day. We had a specific special committee that issued these permits, and we had to choose which 20 vehicles were allowed to cross the sea. It sounds like idiocy. I'm sorry if one of those who came up with this idea is among the audience today, but this is our experience. It didn't work very well. From the first evening when the island was locked down, we opened our helpline. We did not have a good IT solution yet, so this helpline was directed at my own personal phone. I had 151 unanswered calls by the evening, plus the ones that I answered. The following day, we were able to get this system working better. It was only later that the state-level emergency helpline was opened. In spring, or rather in autumn 2021, there was a sad incident where a staff member wasn't able to cope with a fox and used a hammer to deal with this fox. This was a crisis because the people who first found out about it thought we should just let it go. It was just one fox. But this actually grew into quite a media piece of news, and it was something we dealt with as a communication crisis, and we learned that we must talk about it. We must talk about it ourselves and talk about it as much as possible. An example from spring last year, there was pollution.
maasuutireostus, millega me võib-olla oleme filmidest
and it's not like what you see in films where
pikal rannaribal.
You need to collect the oil
Aga kindlasti
the fuel oil from the beaches, but it was rather in pieces. It was largely thanks to volunteers who came from further away, and the community that spent evenings cleaning out the beach, that we were able to create the map system where you could enter which part of the beach you had already cleaned. And we were able to solve this problem as a community.
saadab, et tulles omavalitsusse.
I thought perhaps it was my bad luck that I had brought upon this municipality all these crises. But then when I think about my colleague from Saaremaa Island, I feel better immediately, because it seems that Saaremaa Island is the one that has the most crises in Estonia. Regarding our partners and the state, I can say that we have a great cooperation with state authorities. Perhaps because it's a small island, we all know each other, and we can't fight because there are not so many trees to hide behind. But what has developed over the years is the skill to ask for help and accept help. During the major snowstorm last year, it was difficult to get to all the places that needed help. We offered help in partnership with the Defense League and Forest Management Center, and it was not always possible to get this equipment to where it was needed, so we still need to develop in this respect. We have realized that in cities and urbanized areas it's harder to find help, but in the countryside there is more of a sense of community, so people are more likely to want to work together and help each other. We've also noticed that people contribute when they see that what the use is for themselves and how it helps them to develop their community. We just had a storm called Patrick, and we had volunteers across the island who were removing fallen trees, and that was just a way for them to spend their weekend, as well as resilience centers that have been created. It was the community's own initiative that opened centers where you could have a shower, warm up or charge your devices, and this was all the own initiative of communities. Looking ahead, what could we expect from the state? We'd like for the information to move better, and that can be organized by those who have the information, so information should come towards each individual in an easier way. We've got the Citric in platform, which is has proved very useful for keeping up to date with information. Centralized campaigns, these should be state level campaigns in order to share information. But it's my belief, and also that of those who participated, that the campaigns should be as short and catchy as possible. This is because people don't have a long attention span these days. Human resources and finances are always a concern. We have a specialist position in the municipality. This person is not only in charge of these topics of crisis, but I think each municipality should have a position for someone who would deal with crises, and there should be funding for each year. But I don't think this can happen unless it happens directly at the state's initiative. Projects and funding, well, we've had different rescue boards measures implemented in the recent years, and we have seen that where it's possible to just invest a part and the state would put the rest of the investment in, people are more likely to want to contribute rather than only using 100% their own money. In conclusion, I would say that today we know what needs to be done, but we also know how little we know and how little we have done so far. In the past years or decades, we have made mistakes that we are now fixing, but at least we are doing it. The title of the presentation was who helps who. And my answer would be that both need to help each other, because neither can be successful without the other. The state should prepare the community and people in a good way so that they are able to cope, but they can also support each other in an event of crisis. Thank you, Ergo. Indeed, people from Saaremaa Island have a lot of crisis, but we cannot give them the floor because we would just stay here until midnight because of the number of crises. But after the administrative reform, where your municipality was united into one, how have things changed after that? You could think that we have one island, we will fight for it as long as we beat the other island. But there used to be people from different parts of the island. How do they relate to each other? How can they cope in cooperation? And how does it affect the question of security and civil protection? In fact, today I wouldn't even imagine dealing with these topics if there were 4 municipalities on the island instead of 1. From the citizens' perspective, perhaps it would make things easier, but since municipalities are the ones that have the leading position in crises, I would say that we are very clearly separated from the rest of Estonia by the sea, so I really do not see how things could be better or even as good if we were still in different municipalities divided into 4. Well, is it something that you say as head of municipality or as a human? I understand that you must support the administrative reform as a civil servant, but as a human. In the first 4 years, the island got quite attached, so it is no longer a question, even in the council level, that we might want to go back to the old system. It's rather a situation where we're looking towards making the last steps to being completely united as an island. On one hand, it's a good thing that you have a sea surrounding you and you can just send a police car to the port to pick up something and COVID can't enter the island. But on the other hand, the community has to cope on their own if there are any problems. How have you organized it? Who comes to help in addition to those who are on the island permanently? In a crisis situation, what are the organizations you can get support from? Well, things weren't easy during COVID. We had to send a different number of cars to different places depending on where we were on the island. But first and foremost, it's the local rescue board who we can rely on, but also the police, the hospital, the defense league, the electrical networks, but also NGOs at the community level. How have you engaged them? What are you doing as head of municipality to promote cooperation? Well, with the rescue board, just before the Storm Patrick, we had a meeting with voluntary rescuers from one region, and we talked about how the community can help itself. In addition, the village community has prepared the local village building to be a resilience center, and they also have a generator there. So did it help that they could come together in the same room and talk about it? Absolutely. Thank you for your speech.
Martti, ole hea.
Martti, please, from the Ministry of the Interior, who was in charge of the CREVEX exercise. Are we better prepared for crisis management now? Please tell us.
Ja, tere õhtust.
Good evening. I am very glad to be here. We have less and less people in the room here, but by the end of the day, but that's completely normal. So hopefully people online are watching us. So 2 weeks ago, we had this exercise, and I would like to thank the people hosting us from the Academy of the Security Sciences, who hosted us in the control center for the exercise. Our exercise CREVEX 2023, the control center, or X-Control, was installed into these premises, and we took it over for a couple of days. However, to summarize this exercise, are we ready? I was trying to figure out how to summarize it. Where we don't really have the assessment report yet. The day after tomorrow, we will sit down with the planning team and the representatives. We will share a seminar, and then we'll put it together, as the assessors have already prepared 100 pages, and we'll have several pieces to put together. But I was thinking probably makes sense to start from the very beginning. When CREVEX was planned, not when it was planned, but my first contact with it was the end of last year, and this slide I have two CREVEX overviews, like calendar plans, during what time which party did what. And here you can see it in the background, how the cooperation between the two tables. You can see the work, where the more dates in green is more cooperation. And when I had first contact in December, then I had a question for the organizers, how to make CREVEX into one complete part. Yes, we have a little orchestra where we're practicing football or perhaps playing chess, but at the end we need to go to a football competition. I could be very strategic, but probably that won't help me during the football match. So it was a clear vision that we had to make everyone do the same exercise. And yes, if we have part of the exercise before, but during the crisis fest, we need to get together. And obviously no one really stopped me either. And there were partners who weren't really wanting to come along at the very beginning, but we were able to lobby them as well, and that's how it all went down. So there were a lot of participants. Very briefly, in retrospect, what did we do? We the order was that if you organize an exercise, then it has to be for 2 days. So we finalized with 31 hours, and in the background of the yellow arrow, as you can see, numbers from 1 to 3. So these are the phases of the exercise. During the first phase, we had exercises when we didn't have a decision for large-scale evacuation, so the police and border guard then passed that decision, and the second stage of the exercise was the just before the big explosion. And the end was that when we had the Beirut in the Muuga port, and we had a big explosion where we had 300 fatalities and 400 casualties. We began that the activities took place outside. We evacuated people. We went through the processes, and in reality, by the evening at night, the exercise was virtual. So we had the trainees had to play around. They had to map out danger zones, but we kept control of everything, and now we can say that for 31 hours the participants were able to spend their time without getting bored. We had 4 different lines as our objectives, which is kind of a wider scale rescue work, extensive evacuation, because CREVEX itself is evacuation exercise. And I clearly saw that if we organize an exercise like that, then there's no option to do it without media and communication. No crisis can be solved without communication options. And Ergo also highlighted, if you start talking about if you talk about something clearly, if you express something clearly and quickly, then you are the one that will be listened to. And we also added the crisis communication outside, so it wouldn't be only for the parties, but we wanted the population to know as well. We had a lot of parties there who observed whether we can use strong messages on the population, but we did it, and the feedback was positive. But I will tell you more about that later. And the trainees were included many units, and I'm glad that we were able to work with the local governments. From the last session, I can say, unfortunately, no one from Saaremaa joined us, but they should have joined us as well. But because the scenario focused on northern Estonia, then we cooperated with those local governments. But still, we did well, and there's definitely room to move on from here. We have in red the rescue structures, and we also need to add Defense League and the Female Defense League to this. Today, the State Chancellery, during the seminar, asked how many participants did you have, and I sent the table off. We had 2,500 people involved. And another thing that makes me glad, if we look at the background of this event where we have fatalities and casualties, then I see no other option to have this exercise without the health board. And the fact that the Minister of Social Affairs and the Social Insurance Board also were involved gave us a lot of good experience. But because the game itself became even more interesting than the Northern Estonia District Hospital wanted to test their emergency medicine department, so we also created a situation where they were also able to test their A&E department. And when Dr. Hallas heard of our game plan, and that is something again that we haven't done before, and it was good practice that they were successful. They had 30 teams, and the brigade from Valga actually drove to Tallinn for 3 hours and then drove back for 3 hours. But the 14th, the communication center of the government, which is a reserve of communication people who in an event of a crisis should help us. I thought that this exercise would be a challenge. How would the different structures get combined with each other? How these roles will be distributed? But luckily, everything went smoothly and there was no negative feedback. And during the second part of the first training, they said all the frameworks were agreed upon. But also we worked on that, so we didn't just start from scratch. But from rescue works, why I also have this photo with you, the visual effects are a bit modest. There's some reasons for that. We'll know how to do better next time. But the success story was that the same building where we are today is also has a virtual simulation center, and you can see this Muuga board drone photo here, and on the right hand side you can see how Kaja Kallas is being briefed on how the events were developing. So we did it for 31 hours so that Muuga event, although it wasn't live anymore, it was here in the simulation center, and it was played as a cartoon for the next crisis units who were then able to solve it. From an evacuation point of view, a couple of days before the exercise, we had 1,100 people on our list. And we had 845 people, so we had a slight loss there, but we kind of realized that it could happen and not all volunteers will show up. I would also like to thank the Academy of Security Sciences again, because we received a lot of volunteers from them. But the main component of the field exercise was, as it always is, that safety first. Luckily, no one was hurt. Everyone was well. And the evacuation was conducted. So they went to the Lasnamäe gathering point and then 2 places of evacuation. And this was organized by the female voluntary defense forces and from the Saue district. So they had in turn their own evacuations. The processes in the regarding the evacuation were tested, and we have ideas what to improve, like the managerial rights, for example. We will validate them, we'll add them to the action plan, and these then will be set in motion. Danger notifications that reached the population. We had different EE alarm messages. You can see how many people were reached. But we also had the sirens in cooperation with the Estonian public broadcast and the ETV Plus TV channels and with the public broadcast radio stations. So the A Plus is a solution where vehicles from 2020 and newer that have a digital radio, it will automatically get on a channel that will turn your attention. Those listening to classical radio will not get any peace because they will get the message instead. But this is just a brief overview how the timeline is from the alarm notifications. And if you see 2 time scales like the sirens, then 2020, when the testers asked if they can play the sirens again, I said let's do it, and that was an 80% of capacity, and it had a good effect. And very briefly, also with the E alarm, we managed to get to 80,000 people who received this message. We were counting on 15,000 people, but we were observing the number, and then we actually released it to 80,000. But the response or the reply to the question that I was asked in the summer, I would summarize it so as if in the 12th of April we had a little mock exercise, then I mentioned that the people solving this situation need to understand the depth of this operation. And I think the solution that we provided with this scenario, where people had this understanding, first and foremost the ones planning it, because from February we've had planning meetings, and I think those who were there alongside us, the planners, became stronger. And more cooperation started with the first slide that I showed you, and this was also solved today so that it's more efficient. Crisis communication, it doesn't make sense to have many different structures. It makes sense to combine units, to combine one strong unit, and our plans were tested out in a quite authentic scenario. We know the details, we can amend them. And in my age, I look behind me to see who will follow. Those young people who join the rescue structures, they know. I said that if you do go through Krevex, then that will only train you further. Some changes in the teams, but those who managed to last till the end were very, very good. And are we ready for 2027? So when we have the next crisis exercise, at least is what we know now. But how much it will change the pace, we'll see. I also see that we know how to participate at the trainings, which is something that speaks to our favor. We are good with critique. We can adjust to that situation. And the only recommendations I have is that if we organize the next exercise, then we'll have an Estonian title to it. Thank you.
Aitäh. Meil natukene oleme ajaga niimoodi nippas-nappas.
Unfortunately, that we are not very good with time, but just briefly, one thing that for you, that you learned from it, just from a personal point of view, what was the was there something on the Saturday day when it was all over? How, at some point, when you realized that it's all done, it's been done? What were you thinking about then, when you felt that it was all done? I very clearly realized that these critical decisions that we made a couple of weeks before the exercise, they were the right decisions. There was some things that should have been thought through, and we didn't realize the exercise's importance. And if we had made that change, then I wouldn't be happy to be here today either. Just one comment. On the 29th of September, I was with Saue district people, and a lot of the social department there were involved in it during the late hours, and it seemed to me that it seemed like a really nice team event for them. They were very excited, and they described it with great excitement the day after. I see how these trained units has made everyone very excited. So it has motivated people. It's very good. Thank you for this, Martti Magnus, manager of KredEx exercise, which most likely will be renamed for next time so everyone can offer their names. But our last report today will be talking about a magazine, our journal, which is called The Compass of Safety. Jaanika, please.
Tere nüüd juba õhtust.
Good evening, dear guests, dear attendees. My name is Jaanika Puusalu, and I am the editor-in-chief of the Civil Protection research journal Turvalisuskompass, Safety Compass. And I am glad to talk about the first volume of the journal that was issued last summer. This is the first special volume of the journal, and it's dedicated specifically to civil protection. As editor-in-chief, I was supported by a number of guest writers, including some alumni from this academy. I would like to briefly say that if you have never come across our journal, or if you have not read it, this is a journal that is issued since 2021, twice a year, and we aim to bring together texts related to civil protection and internal security. And our important aim is to make sure that this is available in Estonia, in Estonian language. The fourth volume issued this summer was dedicated to civil protection, and it has 6 original papers, plus Ivo Juurvee's text about civil protection in Ukraine and the first learning moments. So if you haven't read this text in another language yet, you can also read that. But today I did not want to talk about other people's research work, but rather to give a chance to our 6 authors to talk about their main findings and the key messages they shared. So please join me on the stage. There will be either 1 or 2 co-authors per each article. We will start with Esta Kaal and Terje Lilla. Thank you for giving us the floor. Good evening. We will try to use our 3 minutes as efficiently as possible. Indeed, crisis preparedness of local governments is measured with an index, and this has been done so since 2020, since the 1st of January. By this moment, our local municipalities had fulfilled crisis regulations resulting from the Emergency Act for 2 years. We were standing behind them as monitoring partners, counselors, advisors and trainers. In 2018 and 2019, we assessed crisis preparedness in using 4 groups of criteria, and we had 19 indicators in total, which we chose based on the Emergency Act. We were in a position where we needed more information about how our local governments approached crises and what the main issues were. I represent the University of Tallinn, and I am in charge of methodology. And here are my comments. The aim of evaluating this model was not just to give it a rating, but rather to create a support point in order to for everyone to get over the weaknesses. For this, we worked with local governments, the rescue boards, representatives, and specialists in the sector, all the way until the Vice Chancellor. The platform where we plan to use this model was called minuomavalitsus.ee website, which included all the models of assessing different tools for local governments. Work started in 2020 and lasted for 1.5 years, which is quite a short time for a development project, considering that it also included mapping of the situation with new indexes. So the index was expanded from document revision to topics that required interviews, and these would be done by representatives of local governments themselves. This was in order to promote dialogue between these parties and to get an understanding of the real situation. So methodologically, it has a specific name. I'd like to give my thanks to everyone who was part of this. We had 90 people from local governments who answered this survey. There were 55 indicators in the survey, which were divided into 4 different groups of criteria. And if you look at the blue columns, you can see that some are a bit behind compared to others. And now I'll pass back to Terje. As Rescue Board, we were given a very good toolbox. Based on the results, we planned and have been planning future actions for the coming years, 2022 and 23. The weakest element was risk communication management. Local governments did not know what risk communication was all about. So we planned a number of regional trainings on that. We were lucky to also receive funding in the amount of 2.88 million. This was precisely what was needed in order to ensure continuity in subdivisions and at crisis group gathering points. Generators and alternative connections were required, and for this 2.8 million we were able to have an application stage. All participating local governments took part in application for funding, and we were able to support all of them. This local government index has now been implemented, and the risk communication level has increased from 4 to 6. This shows that trainings have been fruitful and that risk management criteria where there was not enough continuity has also improved. So financial support from the state has been fruitful. Therefore, we can say that our toolbox has been useful, and we have been able to plan our activities very successfully. Thank you. Now, Jaakko Vernik and Raul Savimaa will talk about the next article. Good afternoon. I'm one of the organizers of the exercise, Jaakko Vernik. And we came up with the idea of doing some research. Actually, it was Raul's idea. Thank you, Raul. So let's talk about the exercise we had at the beginning of the year. At the end of last year, a lot of people were buying generators because of the difficult situation we were facing, and there was a high threat of power cuts. But we have a great crisis preparation platform. So we worked for a couple of months, and we would like to give our thanks to local governments. We could not expect such high levels of participation. In the end, we had over 900 people working together. We worked on desynchronization. In this paper, it was mostly Raul who carried out the analysis. We looked at the importance of preparation phase in the event of a crisis, and we realized that if you have not prepared, a crisis situation can get worse and worse as time goes on. We also looked at the local government's resilience to long-term power cuts, and also how local governments assess their own preparedness at the end of the training. The results were overall positive, but if an exercise is positive, we should not fall into the false sense of security. We need to keep working hard. Then again, overall, we can say that regions are coping well, yet some nuances should be even better clarified. Some municipalities said that they were able to have an overview of the situation of what is going on, but that in practice all of this would be much harder than in an exercise. proposals are in general that participants conclusion, we can say that participants found this exercise to be timely and relevant. When this exercise was happening, we were already in a situation where this scenario did not seem unlikely. However, no situation of training is useless. And I would say that all the local governments evaluated their preparedness for crisis adequately. If Raul would like to add something, I'd like to give him the floor too. Thank you. Indeed, the aim of the paper was to take an external view of how such a large-scale exercise would go ahead. That includes all local governments. The aim was to keep local governments up to date with crisis like the regulation, and also about ensuring continuity. We also looked at the role of community groups. These are the kinds of groups that gather people and offer joint activities. It could be at the city, town level, neighborhood level, and we haven't done a lot of research on these groups so far. Could they help prepare a community for a crisis? Well, in this study, we looked at the results of a survey. We sent out the invitation to take part in a questionnaire through 2 different local governments. We had a bit more than 100 community groups that answered the questionnaire, and overall we can say that since these groups operate in their own communities, they know very well what the physical situation is in the area. They have not focused on the mapping of threats and risk analysis. The organization can be used very well for engaging local communities in crisis preparation, and about half of the groups were happy to support communities in situation of crisis. Preparedness was already there for about 1/4. Since NGOs can also now apply for funding to improve their crisis preparedness, then perhaps in a year or 2 the crisis preparedness of community groups will be much higher. But this was a good baseline to understand how these groups felt, and there have already been some further studies of crisis preparedness in some local governments. The third article focused on mass evacuation in Baltic states. I was a co-author here, joining Algo Rämmer, and this paper was put together using available data from other Baltics research institutions, and it focused on the comparison of civil protection in different Baltic states. We are geographically similar. We see the world in a similar way, and as we've seen from the war in Ukraine, there is still a long way that we need to go. But you can read more about that in the article. And finally, we have Jan Tross here presenting the last 2 papers. Thank you. I've written 2 papers for the journal. The first one is about the development of civil protection in Estonia in the past 30 years. And I've divided this into 3 periods. The first one is the transition period, or the era of search, conceptual choices. The second one was the most difficult one, where we lost the sense of threat altogether, and this hurt the state concept of threat preparation. And the focus was on internal, non-military crisis. And the last 10 years is the new era of civil protection. It has taken us some time to carry or to implement these changes that have been proposed. I've also added some conclusions of this paper here. We haven't made substantial mistakes. We have been rational, we've followed risk analysis, security threat assessments, the society's attitudes. So I don't think we need to, I think we need to go in the same direction. And now that we are in a crisis, we are in a good place to carry out changes. This funding that we have for civil protection now is not there forever. Let us use this time and make the necessary changes. But if you want to know more, please do read from the journal. And just a few words about the other paper. So this is about terminology, the difference between civil protection and civil security. Here we look at the period from the First World War, civil protection. We look at the Cold War period and modern civil protection, and there is also a comparison with the experience from the US, the UK and Nordic countries. And there is also mention of the development of civil protection in European Union and NATO. But again, if you want to know more, please read the journal. Enjoy. I would like to thank everyone for your attention, and I hope that you will find our journal online or pick it up from the room today. If you would like to publish your paper at our journal, please do contact us. Where can you get this journal if we don't have it yet? You can ask it from me.
Tänane päevakava on ammendatud, aga homme hommikul läheb ju kõik.
So tomorrow morning we will carry on where we left off from. We will start with the study director of the Academy of the Security Sciences and lots of panels. So everyone's welcome to come back to this room at 9:15, and we'll start with the program at 9:30. I would like to thank you, and I wish the whole staff and the academic family of the Academy of Security Sciences lots of success in ensuring the security of the population. Thank you.
Ja ma korraks.
And just one last thing, a big round of applause for Urmas, who really managed to link in this long day, and he was a wonderful moderator. And I'll see you tomorrow.